Ready. The time is now 6:01. Our regular City Council meeting for September 19, 2023 is now in session. First on the agenda is Councilmember Hayward will lead us with the opening prayer and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas. Please rise.
Everyone bow your head, please. Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us all to make it here safely and keeping your strong arm of protection around us. We ask that as we go through this council meeting that we're making decisions for the city. We keep everyone in mind with the residents and the city staff and the way we want the city to go and make the right decisions, knowing that you are guiding our decisions. Watch over our first responders as they go out on the highways and byways and keep them safe as they're dealing with whatever emergencies that are happening, and pray for those people that are having the emergencies, dear Lord, that because they're meeting them on their worst day, that they can give them comfort in whatever it is that they need to as they're dealing with their emergencies. We ask that you just continue to watch over our staff as they implement all the things that council gives them the direction on how to go. Thank you for all of our boards and commissions as they make decisions and help council go forward with the decisions that need to be made. We ask that you continue to watch over us, guide us, and keep us in your Son's name. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right. First on the agenda is we have a couple of presentations and proclamations. The first one we're going to read is the IT professionals. Councilmember Hayward will be reading that one there. If I can have the IT reps, please join us up here.
Do you want me to turn that way so everyone can see? Yes. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm a little warm. All right. National IT Professionals Day, September 19th, 2023. Whereas we celebrate National IT Professionals Day on the third Tuesday of every September on September 19th, 2023, this year, to recognize the technical experts, network engineers, system administrators, database admins, and many more types of IT professionals that make sure our systems run smoothly. Whereas information technology is recognized as a fundamental part of modern society and is defined as the use of any computer application, storage, networking, and other systems, infrastructure, and process to create, process, store, secure, and exchange all forms of electronic data. And whereas the city of Schertz, the IT department consists of 12 employees who bring to the city a combined experience of more than 186 years. Wow, y'all old. In technology industry. The director, 37 years, the computer system coordinator, 26 years, the senior system administrator, 10 years, public safety system coordinator, 28 years, GIS administrator, 27 years, GIS specialist, 25 years, 3 IT support specialists with a combined of 17 years, and administrative assistant with 15 years of experience. And whereas the City of Schertz IT department oversees hundreds of software programs for the city with the goal of ensuring smooth, efficient, round-the-clock operations for all city departments, including our city council, senior management, finance, and all public safety agencies, the library, planning and development, public works, etc. And whereas the City of Schertz IT department's responsibilities also include providing 24/7 support for more than 3,000 devices, including telecommunication system, cell phones, internet firewall, servers, desktops, mobile computers, camera systems, tablets, switches, etc., for both office, bound, and field-focused personnel. Whereas the City of Schertz IT Department currently oversees and participates in more than 60 ongoing projects across the city, providing direction, completed master communication, planned citywide training program, and council chambers project, which was a fine project, I might add. Whereas the City of Schertz IT Department continues to focus on identifying and meeting new challenges in key areas such as cybersecurity, state and federal guidelines for data management and security, shifting technology trends, etc. Now therefore be it resolved on behalf of Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of City of Schertz, recognize September 19th, 2023 as National IT Professional Day. And I urge the citizens of this community to appreciate the expert technical experience and talent our IT team brings to the city each and every day. Thank you for what y'all do.
Where's this at? You know, IT has really come around so much. It's such a specialized field. I remember when I first joined the Air Force, there were punch cards, and I was able to read punch cards. And now look at where we're at. And it's so critical in our lives, the IT portion of everything we do, even at home. You know, and one funny story is that I remember we had security classes that we have to take, the video classes we had to take, and they called me up and said, "Mary, you haven't done it." I said, "I haven't received anything." Well, I didn't recognize the email, so I never opened it. So it's very important that you know, security is we're very vulnerable to hackers. We've seen it in Vegas. If you already don't know about it, how Vegas is basically shut down in some of the hotels because of the hackers. But these are the individuals that really keep our city going because we rely so much on IT. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Next, we have the National, National Preparedness Month. Councilmember Dalla will read the proclamation. If I can have the individuals for National Preparedness.
Good evening, everybody. September 2023 National Preparedness Month Proclamation. Whereas the National Preparedness Month is observed every September to raise awareness about the importance of preparing for disasters and emergencies that could happen at any time. And whereas the theme of this year's National Preparedness Month is helping older adults prepare for disaster. Whereas the City of Schertz will continue its preparedness culture wherever possible. Whereas Natural Preparedness Month creates an important opportunity for the Schertz community to focus on preparing its residents, visitors, homes, businesses, churches, schools, and institutions for any type of emergency, including natural and man-made disasters and accidents. And whereas investing in preparedness can reduce fatalities, prevent physical and economic damage, and aid in accelerated recovery after events in our communities. And whereas the City of Schertz Office of Emergency Management encourage all community members to be informed, make a plan, build a kit, and get involved in preparedness activity. Now therefore, I, Michael Dalla, on behalf of Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of Schertz, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as National Preparedness Month, and encourage all visitors, residents, businesses, organizations, and families to develop their own emergency plans and work together toward creating a more prepared and resilient community. Gentlemen.
Y'all like to say a few words? Yeah, Emergency Management Coordinator, be more than happy to.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to take this opportunity to not only encourage emergency preparedness at all levels, right, within the city of Schertz, but also specifically the theme of this year's month, right, for emergency preparedness is helping older adults. So one program I'd like to mention is called STEAR, that's S-T-E-A-R, State of Texas Emergency Assistance Registry. And that is a place where you, someone you may know, a friend of a friend can go to tell the state of Texas, which translates down to our office, to give you assistance in emergency situations. So you're immediately on our radar and we can come out and check on you whenever you need, right? But specifically during a disaster. So we can get there by STEAR, that's S-T-E-A-R TDEM.texas.gov. That's where you can find it, and I'll leave this in the back so anyone can take a look at it. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's take a photo. Our next proclamation is HR Professionals Day. Councilmember Whitaker will read the proclamation.
Human Resource Professional Day, September 26, 2023. Whereas Human Resource Professional Day is celebrated every September 26th and is designed to pay tribute to those working in human resources departments everywhere, and whereas Governor General Sir Patrick Allen first referenced Human Resource Professional Day, HR Professional Day, back in October of 2013, he created this day to recognize and celebrate human resource professionals who play an integral role in ensuring the success of organizations by nurturing and developing human capital. And whereas in the city of Schertz, the Human Resources Department consists of a director of HR and purchasing, a human resources manager, a senior HR generalist, an HR generalist, and an administrative assistant who have a combined total of over 57 years of experience in the field of human resources. And whereas human resources professionals carry out multiple tasks in an organization, they are the ones who build, maintain, generate, and control company policies to assure it benefits both the city and the employees within the country's labor laws and best practices. And whereas City of Schertz human resources professionals oversee the Staff Appreciation Group, Health and Wellness Program, city and department-wide training initiatives, new recruit initiatives, Facebook and LinkedIn, provides onboard orientation, benefits, retirements, payroll, lunch webinars, and employee relations for the 428 plus employees who work for the city. And whereas Human Resources Professional Day is all about thanking and appreciating the HRs who handle the most difficult of situations, including staff negotiating, corporate liaison, and legislation interpreting. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, recognizes Human Resources Professional Day, September 26, 2023, in the City of Schertz, and urges all citizens to thank and appreciate the beneficial services the City of Schertz Human Resources professionals provide to the employees and the community.
I just want to say, unfortunately, I'm the lone representative tonight, but I work with an excellent team who serve our employees every day with competence and compassion for all of our employees. So I'm very fortunate. So thank you very much.
All right, next on the agenda is upcoming events. Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have quite a few on here, so we'll kick off on Saturday, September 23rd. Love Where You Live. The Fall Service Day is taking place. That's going to be from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. You can register to assist at lwylschertz.com. Going to be meeting at First Baptist Church of Schertz, located at 600 Arrow Avenue. And they said, join us as we serve our neighbors by assisting with yard work and other small projects. Again, you can register at lwylschertz.com. That same day is going to be a community car seat check, and that will be from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. over at the Community Playscape at 629 Westchester. Next weekend, Friday, September 29th, and Saturday, September 30th, as Maggie has spoken about before, is going to be the Skylight Balloon Fest at 16765 Lookout Road in Selma. Complete information on the hours they're going to be open on both days can be found at www.skylightballoonfest.com. Tuesday, October 3rd, National Night Out from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., and that'll be at various neighborhoods throughout the city. Tuesday, October 3rd through Friday, October 6th will also be the annual TML conference in Dallas, Texas. On Saturday, October 7th, we have Dunkin' for Pumpkins from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and that is at the Schertz Aquatic Center. On Monday, October 9th, Columbus Day, we'll be observing and city offices will be closed. We have our next regularly scheduled council meeting on Tuesday, October 10th at 6 p.m. here at the Chambers. We also have an event that is going to be sponsored by HRK Safety Consultants. It is a smoke detector giveaway. It's in partnership with Cibolo Fire Department, Selma Fire Department, and Schertz Fire Department. And that's going to be October 14th from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And that'll be at the Chamber office on Schertz Parkway in the parking lot. It is a first come, first serve. They're going to be giving away 200 smoke detectors. And finally, we have election information. The city of Schertz will be holding its general election on November 7th for the purpose of electing council members in place 3, place 4, and place 5 for a 3-year term, which will start from November 2023 to November 2026. Early voting begins October 23rd through November 3rd. Please check your county election page for a list of early voting sites, hours of operation, and election day voting sites and hours of operation. And finally, actually, Brian slipped me a note here. His birthday is September 30th, so make sure to put that on everyone's calendar to wish him happy birthday. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Announcements and recognitions by your city manager, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. We had one promotion during the month of August. Ethan Hides was promoted from EMT to paramedic. And we also have one special event coming up. The Schertz-Seguin Local Government Corporation will be dedicating the water treatment plant in Gonzales as the Kenneth Greenwald Water Treatment Plant. It'll be held on Tuesday, October 10th from 11 to 1 p.m. And it is at 2339 County Road 114 in Nixon. For those of you who aren't aware, Ken served on the Schertz City Council from 1983 through 2005, and he was instrumental in the creation of the SSLGC in 1998 and served as the council representative on the initial board of directors. He also served the SSLGC. He continued his service with his appointment to the SSLGC Board of Directors from 2006 to 2008 and 2010 to 2021. Everyone's welcome to attend and honor Mr. Greenwald. And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Announcements and recognitions by the mayor. I have none, so we'll go straight to the hearing the residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the city council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. We also have a public hearing, so if you signed up for the hearing the residents, you may also speak at the public hearing. It is your choice, either the hearing the residents, the public hearing, or both. All right. With that, Mayor Pro Tem, please call our first speaker.
Sheila Edmondson, reading for Mark Roberts. Today is his birthday. I wanted to wish him a happy birthday.
Dear members of the Schertz City Council, I am writing to you on behalf of Roberts Properties, Inc., the landowner of Classic Collision on Borgfield Road, regarding the enforcement of the parking ordinance that disallows parking on grass within the city limits. I kindly request that Classic Collision be grandfathered in and exempted from this ordinance, considering that while this business has changed hands over the last few years, the business has been parking vehicles on grass since about 2002. I would like to emphasize that several years ago, I had discussions with the city engineer regarding the possibility of providing some sort of paving to alleviate the parking situation. Unfortunately, due to additional city ordinances that require green space and detention, this solution could not be accomplished. Thus, I was left with no alternative but to continue parking on the grass as needed. In recent times, the disruption of the supply chain for auto repair parts has caused Classic Collision and the auto repair industry in general to have more vehicles sitting and waiting for parts. Additionally, the fact that consumers are now keeping their cars longer, which requires more service, has further added to the dilemma. While none of us do not specifically like to keep vehicles longer than necessary, these external factors have impacted this operation as well as other local businesses with parking availability. Furthermore, it is important to note that most auto repair facilities have very little control over the number of broken cars dropped off during the nights and the weekends, which further disrupts the parking arrangements. Despite the efforts to manage this situation, it has become increasingly challenging to maintain adequate parking space on paved surfaces. I understand that the city has issued notifications to several businesses regarding the enforcement of this ordinance. However, it has come to my attention that the city itself is in violation of the same ordinance, as vehicles and equipment belonging to the city are parked on the grass as well. I believe that instead of immediately resorting to citations or warnings, the city should consider working collaboratively with businesses like this to find viable solutions that address the underlying concerns. I kindly request that the Schertz City Council reconsider the enforcement of the parking ordinance in our case and consider granting Classic Collision on Borgfield Road the grandfathered status. This will allow them to continue operating as they have been for the past 2 decades without incurring unnecessary penalties or disruptions of the business. I would greatly appreciate your understanding and cooperation in this matter. Should you require any further information or wish to discuss this issue in detail, please do not hesitate to contact me at the provided contact information. Thank you for your attention to this request, and I look forward to a positive resolution that supports both Classic Collision and the City of Schertz. Sincerely, Mark E. Roberts.
And then next is Jeff Neinstead. Okay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeff Neinstead, 100 Pecan Drive, Roadrunner Towing. I'm here to speak as well on the off-street parking ordinance. I came to the city and chose to open my business in 2001. I've been working with the city for 22 years. We've answered every call the city's ever given us. Whether it's a plane, train, crane, whatever it is, we've always completed our tasks. The ordinance is going to impact us heavily. I thoroughly believe the council was acting in good faith with the ordinance without realizing maybe some of the collateral damage or possibly the gravity of the decision. With this ordinance, it's going to force me out of the city of Schertz. That's the bottom line. There's no place in the city that y'all can put me. I've tried. There is no place. My only option is to move out to the county, which is going to impact the way I service the city. And I take great pride in the way I've serviced the city for 22 years. I don't know what the answer is. I honestly believe when council gave me the blessing back in 2001, I probably should be grandfathered in. I can't make that decision, but Schertz being a home rule city, City council can fix this. I understand we don't want people parking on grass in the neighborhoods. I wouldn't want my neighbor parking on the grass. But when we're talking about general business, commercial, light industrial and stuff, I think there's some ways that we can work through this. I know I've spoken to some people and they talked about some type of stage compliance. My only issue is I have to have a place to put 80 to 100 cars to do that. And you can't. I've got to have a licensed storage facility, which I have at 100 Pecan Drive. I've done my best to comply with anything with the city. I just hope we can figure something out because I love what I do. I've become good at it, and I don't want to leave the city. But it's one of those things. There's a couple things I thought would never impact my business. That's a city ordinance in a pandemic, and I hope we can figure something out. I appreciate your time. I want to apologize if I have to step out. I don't like doing that, but if I have something to do and I leave, I apologize for stepping out. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Next is Robertson. Mr.
Mayor, before I get started, just as a measure of I'm a little older than you. I started out with paper tape, not punch cards. Of course, I guess we could ask Mr. Scaglioli. My name is Bob or Robert Robertson. I live at 4015 Lower Seguin Road, which is in the ETJ of Cibolo, but I'm not here to talk about Cibolo this evening because I'm better known as being on the board of Green Valley. And pleased to say 3 years ago, I made several friends on your council as we were all holding campaign signs running for re-election. And that was a very enjoyable experience. Like I said, I've met a lot of good people and really enjoyed the whole environment. Just as a reflection too, I think the biggest thing I've done, because I'm up with my 3-year term of service and I'm looking to run for, pardon me, for re-election. And I think the most outstanding thing that we accomplished in these past 3 years was last summer while I was board president, Green Valley and Schertz was able to reach the agreement to jointly provide wastewater services to South Schertz. When I first came on the board, I thought Green Valley only serviced parts of Mr. Scaglioli's district. And now I find out, no, we cover a big significant area off of 1518 and I-10. And quite honestly, I can't tell you who I should be talking to about that. But I hope whenever we're ready for development, and I think we have the tools in place that we can jointly move forward. I would like to continue to serve in that capacity. I think Green Valley has made a lot of progress in those 3 years. We've improved our staff. We're up to, I think, 53 to 55 employees. We're now servicing something like 17,000 residential connections. They just, like y'all, the growth is going crazy, and we're trying to keep ahead of it. The most important point I would like to make this evening, it's not only our management's philosophy, but our board's philosophy too. We want to ensure that growth pays for growth in our communities. And not only Schertz, but Cibolo, Marion, Santa Clara, parts of Seguin, parts of New Braunfels. And I guess that covers it. I promised Ms. Howard I wouldn't talk too long tonight. So thank you very much, Council, for your time.
Thank you for those comments.
And he was the last one on that
All
list.
right, thank you. All right, we'll move on. Next on the agenda is consent agenda items. These are considered self-explanatory and information packets were provided to council and available for public viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, minutes. Item number 2, ordinance number 23T23. Item number 3, ordinance number 23S16. Item number 4, resolution number 23R95. Item number 5, resolution number 23R97. Item number 6, resolution number 23R99. And item number 7, resolution number 23R88. Council, do any of these need to be removed for separate action? If not, is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 7?
So moved.
Second.
This is Councilmember Brown and second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, any comments? If you can go ahead and register your vote. You can publish the vote. You have 7 yeas and no objection. Motion passes. All right. We'll move on to the public hearing. Ordinance number 23S21. Conduct a public hearing to consider a request to rezone approximately 4.5 acres of land from General Business District GB to General Business 2 District GB2, located at the intersection of IH 35 Access Road and Legacy Oaks Parkway, also known as 16746 IH 35 North, Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas, also known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 64672. This is our first reading. All right, Ms. Marcus, floor is yours.
Thank you. Ordinance 23S21 16746, IH 35 North, zone change for approximately 4.5 acres, Daisy Marquez, planner. So here you can see the subject property outlined in green, and it is at the intersection of I-35 North Access Road and Legacy Oaks Parkway. So on August 8, we sent out 4 public hearing notices through the mail, and a public hearing notice was published in the San Antonio Express on August 30th. Out of all the responses, we received 0 in opposition, 2 in favor, 1 being from the applicant, and 0 neutral. And here is the zoning exhibit, just to orient you. Here's I-35 and the Legacy Oaks Parkway intersection. So again, the subject property is outlined here in yellow, and it is currently zoned general business. To the north, we have the I-35 North Access Road right-of-way. We have Legacy Oaks right-of-way, and then we have the Pick and Pack, which is currently zoned GB. And then to the south, we have the Legacy Oaks apartments that are R4. And then to the west, we have the city of Selma and property that is also owned by the applicant. So the current zoning is general business district, and the proposed zoning is general business 2 district. A general business 2 district zoning is required for requires a specific use permit for automobile sales, which allows light industrial and heavier traffic uses. And per the letter of intent, the applicant needs to rezone a general business 2 district to request a specific use permit for the proposed automobile sales at the subject property. So the current comprehensive land use plan identifies the property as commercial campus, and commercial campus is intended for lower intensity commercial and office uses. And as you can see, this whole area is designated as commercial campus by the comp plan. The proposed zone change from general business district to general business 2 district would allow for light industrial uses that generate heavier traffic that would not be in conformance with the intention of the commercial campus land use designation. And here are just some uses that are allowed by right in the general business 2 district, and please mind that this list does not include uses that require an SUP. So these uses can include an airport, a helipad, commercial amusement outdoor use, general manufacturing, industrial uses, office warehouse, a recycling collection center, truck sales, heavy equipment, and a truck terminal. The proposed rezoning to general business 2 district would be inconsistent with the existing surrounding uses that include residential, small professional offices, and community services. And along the southern portion of the I-35 frontage, there are no currently zoned general business 2 district properties. The proposed rezone to general business 2 district is inconsistent with the existing land uses, with what is desired along the I-35 corridor, and would pose an adverse impact on the surrounding residential. So staff recommends denial of the requested specific use permit based on the incompatibility with the comprehensive land use plan designation, inconsistency with the existing uses in the area and along the southern I-35 corridor. And the Schertz Planning and Zoning Commission met on August 23rd, 2023, and voted to recommend that the City Council approve the proposed zone change as presented with the 5-2 vote, with Chairman Outlaw and Commissioner Brown with nay votes. Any comments or questions? And the applicant is also here with the presentation.
Thank you. All right.
This is going to be a two-man operation. This is my IT department. I do appreciate everything that your IT department does because the presentation went flawlessly last time, but I still need help. So my name is Ken Brown. I'm with Brown & McDonald, represent the Kalig Automobile Group, which owns 13 North Park dealerships in and around the San Antonio area. The closest one to you, I think, is the Audi dealership in Selma. I think the staff, go to the next slide, I think the staff described where the property is pretty well. We're right on the line of Selma. We're on I-35. We have a pick and pack next to us and an apartment complex behind us. Next. I'm going to show you a very brief video of what is representative of what we intend to do or would like to do on this site. If you can play it. You would stop it real quick. Before it gets started, I want to show you that this site is very similar to the site that we are asking the zoning change for. There are apartments behind this site. We maintained and protected every tree possible that wasn't in the parking field or the footprint of the building. But as you can see from the back, we protected almost every tree to provide a buffer from the apartments. Go ahead. So next slide. This is the site plan for the site. We will be utilizing the track to the south of us that is in the city of Selma. We've had discussions with them. It is a larger track, but it has a lot of floodplain on it, and so we would be using it mostly for car storage and display. But on the Schertz side, we have the building laid out there. I think, we have our engineer here. We think we can protect a lot of those trees along the perimeter and along the backside. Next. So we looked at your locations where GB2 zoning is located in the city of Schertz. And I think you can see, to me, I can't see anything because I'm colorblind, but I hope you can see that they're located in very unique situations. There's no perfect plan or layout of where you put them. They are in locations that fit the use. And I think that's what we are proposing also. Also the GB2 uses in your city are located in land use categories like commercial campus, which is what we have, highway, commercial, single family, industrial, and parks and open space. Next slide. So as I said, we believe that this site is very unique. It's small, it's 4.5 acres. On one side, as I mentioned, there is a Bolero pick and pack. They're one of the abutting property owners that is supporting. When the staff listed the list of uses that are allowed in GB2, I understand your concern. If we went away, those would be allowed. And I understand that you would have concern with those. And so we met with the Weiss family. I think you're aware of the Weiss family that ran a grocery store here for a long time and in New Braunfels. They own that and operate that facility, and they are willing to enter into restrictive covenants to eliminate those uses, those heavy industrial uses. Your GB2 district allows those heavy industrial uses, but it also allows bookstores and antique shops, and so it has a wide range of uses. And so after the P&Z hearing where there was concern about that and the city is cannot be a party to the covenants, we went to the Weiss family and they are supportive of the dealership, and they don't want any industrial uses there either. So they are willing to enforce covenants on the property to eliminate the uses that you saw before you. So we believe that our use provides a perfect transition from an interstate highway, which is a commercial use, and we don't think it's an intense use. Selling cars actually creates less traffic than a retail center. But we would provide the buffer along the back prescribed by the code, tree protection, fencing, and I believe we couldn't get into the apartments, but I think the buildings along our back property line are actually covered parking and parking garages. So I think we wouldn't have a big impact on those residents. I think our traffic is less than what a typical retail center would provide. We are proposing a luxury dealership. That's why it's only a 5-acre site. And as I said, we would have the business operations in Schertz, and we would utilize the Selma track for storage and display. As I said, we believe this is a unique track. The P&Z Commission did recommend it after thorough discussion about the land use and compatibility, tree protection, drainage, and as I said, we have our engineer here if you have questions. I would respectfully request that you approve this submittal, and we are here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right. This is on the agenda as a public hearing, so if there's anyone in the public who would like to address the council in reference to this subject, please step up to the mic.
Name's Dana Eldridge, 2628 Gallant Fox Drive, Schertz, Texas. We've already got, Gilman and Gunn and all those down there, right there in that area. Might jam it up a little bit, I don't know. I would recommend that you might look at another piece of property that's available in the city of Schertz. Out in the North Cliff area, we have a golf course that's gone belly up. There's plenty of land out there. It would be a good place to put it.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the city council? Going once, going twice. Okay, public hearing is closed. All right. Council, questions? All right. Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, I might as well lead it off. Hey, I was reading through here, and it said that the city council has said no car sales in the along the I-35 corridor. Now, what's really interesting is I've been on the council going back 15 years, and I never recalled hearing that or the specifics behind it. So if staff could maybe educate me a little bit as to why that rule was implemented or implied.
Sure, Councilman. So the general practice, again, and this is part of the request, is automobile sales are only allowed in GB2, as noted, which allows industrial uses, M1 and M2 districts. And so generally, the comprehensive plan and the zoning that's been in place in the city of Schertz has not included M1, M2, or GB2 directly up on the frontage of IH-35, and that's sort of the understanding. And so certainly back on a different road where it may be appropriate, those would be allowed in some of our industrial zoning districts. But again, the logic, as I understand it, was a conscious decision was made to not allow car dealerships in districts other than those three, and then the plan generally as to where those uses were located. And so again, you've seen that to be the case. The areas that we do have been zoned there for quite a while, but certainly we do not have any GB2 on this side of IH 35. So that's staff's understanding.
It's interesting. I don't think we have a single car sales dealership in the city, do we?
I think we have. I think we've had some on 78 in the
78?
past, maybe.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
But the real issue, again, let me be, if I may, as Daisy said, is the GB2 district allows industrial uses. I can certainly appreciate the applicant saying that's not clearly our intent. But the issue that we have, and we've talked about this before, is when you grant that zoning, you allow all those uses in that district. And so as we all know, things change, plans change, issues change. Even if they built a car dealership 20 years from now, that zoning is still in place. And the city cannot enforce private covenants or deed restrictions, and private covenants and deed restrictions, as you know, can be amended as well. And so again, the plan for the city is to not have those industrial uses on this side of IH 35, and then generally it's been to set those back. Where we have even deviated, again, you know, we've limited the uses on the front part. The back part allowed those heavier industrial uses.
But overall, the planning and zoning didn't see a problem with it?
They did not. They recommended approval of it overall, certainly. Yes, sir.
And the primary objection of staff was because of precedent that been established?
The primary objective from staff's perspective is when you look at the city's plans and the city's existing zoning and the practice that has been consistent with that, it has not been to zone industrial on this side of IH 35, and the GB2 allows those industrial uses. So again, I certainly appreciate the citizen's comment, but again, if we came up, say, in front of Belmont and zone property is M1, that's the same issue that we would have. And again, if we look at what's happened on the other side of IH 35, even across the interstate, we have often restricted industrial that starts to get close to 35 and limited those uses through the planned development district. So I think, you know, certainly it's council's authority and responsibility to ultimately decide this. That's the basis of staff's recommendation is where we would do that. And so certainly staff might interpret from this that we're okay with those heavier industrial uses on this side of IH 35, as an example, in front of Belmont, in front of Riata, in front of Northcliffe, within Northcliffe, things like that. You know, but again, we would advocate for a larger, if that's the direction, you know, we're undergoing the comp plan right now, let's incorporate that into the comprehensive plan update to say, hey, this vision of not having industrial this 35 has changed, and we're okay with it.
Now what's being proposed right now, could that be classified as heavy industrial though?
So the GB2 district is the district that sort of straddles that. It includes, as Daisy said, those industrial type uses. Now what it also does, I think, in the intent is allows retail and service type uses within there so that, again, as you can see, for example, some of the example I would give is some of the motels that we have, I think a motel is allowed in GB2 that you might want to have to serve the needs of folks who are coming to those sort of industrial business for a visit and be nearby. That's what the district really allows for. But the issue with GB2 is when you add those industrial uses, the manufacturing, the warehouse, things like that, it pushes it into that GB2 district. And again, so, you know, what council could do as part of the comprehensive plan update and as part of then the UDC update that would go with that is you could simply make the other policy changes. We're fine having car dealerships in our neighborhood business district, for example, or our general retail districts would be the other shift you could make. But again, we have not made that sort of as a broad policy decision, which would kind of informs why staff recommends what we are.
It kind of seems like that'd be the logical approach to take then, to actually specify what we will allow.
If that's what council wants to do, again, what staff would probably say is that if you are looking to make that significant change, and to date staff I haven't heard from any of you that that's a change you're looking to make, but that's part of why we had these conversations, then that might be the way to do it. Because again, otherwise staff is, again, a property in Northcliffe were to come in as example for a car dealership or warehouse. Would that be okay now then? I think that's the dilemma that leaves staff in a bit.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Before I recognize the next speaker, could you put the GB2 back on the screen for us? There's been a lot of discussion on GB2. Okay, Councilmember Whitaker.
Yeah, so a couple of things. I would agree. It seems like the car dealership, I almost feel like it's not, it seems a little odd in this category of other things like a railroad and a I don't know, some of those other manufacturing things. I also think, so if we, feels like it should probably be moved to a different zoning district maybe. But if we can't do that, in this case, I feel like, when you ask for a zoning change, we look at it on a case-by-case basis. I personally don't think that if we do one zoning change in a certain type of area, we would have to do that necessarily to the next one. So again, further north on I-35. This is right next to Selma. They own the next property, and the next property is car dealerships, and that's exactly what's there. So for me, I look at this and it's a consistency of, even though it's a different town, but it's what's happening in that particular area of I-35. So to me, it makes sense for it to be located in that area. I don't know what the right process is. If we change to GB2 and then all these other things are allowed, I don't think that's ideal, but I think a car dealership in this area makes sense. So if we need to move car dealerships into a different zoning and then change it to that zoning, be fine, or, but I think a car dealership in this area makes sense.
Councilmember Hayward.
It's weird. For me, I'm not in, I don't want to change to GB2 because GB2 can have these other things. And I think with that corner and where it is, with the apartment complexes and everything, I think a nice restaurant, because that is coming into our city, or something commercial would be that. Because someone can say, yeah, somebody can do a covenant, but if we can't enforce it, it doesn't mean that. The other thing I look at is there are other cities that have had car dealerships, and in 10 or 20 years, when they decide they don't like the building anymore, it gets left, and then it becomes a used car lot, or it just sits there. That's not something that I want coming into my city. I think the car dealerships can stay in Selma where they are. I'm not looking to make this change.
Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, again, I don't think that the way that our development is working right now, we have a good idea of what's going on in that corner. It's a little bit more supportive of the neighborhoods in there and less that industrial feel. Again, not that I've ever seen it written, but I've heard it many, many times over the last 20 plus years, is the intent is to keep the industrial, et cetera, development on the other side of I-35 and keep it neighborhood services, restaurants, entertainment, retail, things along that line on this side. And there's nothing wrong with a high-end car dealership. That's not what I'm getting against. It's just that whole general commercial industrial feel, okay, even if it is a nice high-end one. And I know that they have a tendency to cluster, just over time, and then we've seen what happened in Live Oak. When they decide that it's time to move, they leave them, and just what Councilwoman Hayward said, they're now used car lots, resale lots for rental car companies, collision storage, et cetera, and it's not exactly the prettiest look out there. I think, again, yes, there's Selma has quite a few dealerships in there. We have that nice floodplain in there that separates us. We should keep that and allow some other development similar to what we know is coming in that area to work in there.
Councilmember Dalla.
So a question for Brian. Gonna put you in the hot seat. Yeah, all right. So years ago on P&Z, we had a rezoning case for a GB2 at 1103 for the mini storage. And instead of them going into GB2, we made them go back into a PDD because we didn't want to have the opportunity of these potential uses arrive at some point in the future. So why did we not do a PDD on this one?
You certainly could do a variety of things on it. Again, I think part of what happened back with the mini storage was council then pulling back as a subsequent policy issue and saying we're okay with mini storage being allowed in a broader range of districts. I think the fundamental issue you've got, though, and I'll say this, is it's to me it's fundamentally, I would go with Councilman Whitaker's point, what zoning do you want to allow car dealerships in? And if you're okay with allowing it in our standard commercial districts, then you should amend the UDC and allow it in those standard districts and allow it wherever we have those zoning districts. Because the issue I think that becomes problematic is picking and choosing. I'm okay with it here, but I'm not okay with it a similarly situated property down at, for example, Cibolo Valley Drive and I-35 on this side, right? Would you put it there? If that's got commercial zoning, why would you not? And so again, staff's way to do it wouldn't be through a PDD. I think part of what happened with the mini storage was, again, what we didn't want was the standard format mini storage, which were the low slung buildings. A key element for council was the multi-story, and both of those incorporated in the office space around the outside as sort of incubator space. And so I think the difference there as well was you wanted a very different form of storage as opposed to this typical low slung mini storage. And that doesn't seem to be the case here, right? It's not a matter of what this car dealership looks like or what a different car dealership looks like. To me, again, it's a fundamental question of, are you okay allowing car dealerships in your GB district? And if you are, wherever we have those, then my recommendation would be part of that effort, allow them in the GB district. Otherwise, I think, hey, you run into a problem where you're sort of picking this location that you're okay with, and then you're not in this location that you're okay with, and what's the real difference between those two properties, I think, is the challenge.
Well, I mean, I'm struggling with the uses by right. And like you said, we cannot enforce restrictive covenants. And that puts us in a challenging situation. You know, I think the location for a dealership is totally fine. I mean, there's some synergies involved with the multiple luxury type dealerships. The Audi, the Mercedes are all right there. A 4.5 acre site is probably not going to attract a lot of these potential GB2 uses in the future. It's just extremely limited. But that doesn't mean that they won't.
Yeah, no, I think
at some point,
I think
30 years, 40 years
that's
down
right.
the road.
That's sort of the challenge, and that's the issue, and that's what makes this one tough. And then if you look at sort of, again, people have talked about the synergy of dealerships locating together. Again, say that synergy then, and you'll see that as you move up the freeway, different spots. So say that synergy moves up, around 1103 and 35, or around Belmont Parkway. And that becomes the synergy for car dealerships. So we have 3 or 4 car dealerships there. It's the same issue, I think, from a staff perspective. And you're right, the problem, and again, one factor certainly in looking at zoning is what are those adjacent zoning districts and land uses. But, I think we talk about this a lot. We set the vision for our community as a council in terms of, we have a number of items on the ordinance, on this agenda coming up about what do we want our standards to be. Again, different communities have different standards, and there's not a right or wrong, there are implications. And so we have a vision for our community, and again, it's been to not allow car dealerships in the commercial districts, and not allow industrial with those intensities on the side of IH-35.
I agree with what Allison and Tim said on that. I've been around for over 20 years, and there's never been a specific policy, but the idea was to keep the industrial development on the other side. And by going to a GB2, that we're crossing over 35, and I would totally support this if this was a GB1, standard GB. and
Yeah, if
that we
it's-
would allow a dealership in a GB zoning and allow them to come in that way.
Yeah, and that's the issue. If we allow auto repair in GB, then they're zoned, they're fine. They can just come to a car dealership by right. But I think, again, that's a bit of the challenge that we have is we have to set this plan in place, these ordinances and these policies in place, and we then have to apply them consistently, is the issue with that. And sometimes what that means is we struggle with these items, so I can appreciate that.
Councilmember Hayward.
The other thing for me also is with car dealerships, cities don't make any money off of those. We get the ad valorem tax. The only time we make any sales tax revenue that helps us with quality of life issues is when there's repairs on a car. But all of the sales tax for the sale of the car goes straight to the state. And so I'm just going, if we want to change it, then let's change it. But because of now with me and the whole GB2 and all the other things, I just have a hard time in the time that I've been here and everyone I've talked to, we've never allowed or wanted to allow car dealerships in the city of Schertz on that side of the I-35.
Okay, Mr. James. Yes, please do.
Get my own chair, Mickey, I should
For
get my own
clarity,
chair.
because
Yes, sir.
I don't think the council has an issue with the car dealership. I think we're looking at what happens in the future when this car dealership leaves. This is what we're saying. It opens up our city to have this type of business in this area.
Yeah, I think the issue you have, if I may, and I think it's slightly different, and certainly don't doubt the sincerity of the applicants that this is clearly what they intend to do.
Right.
But we often have to caution when people come forward with a zoning case and they say, this is what I plan to do. Those plans can change. And when you consider a rezone, you need to consider the range of uses that are allowed going forward. Because I think it's equally problematic to say, well, these folks seem really honest and sincere, and I don't doubt that they are. But this next guy that came up, I don't know, I'm not sure that becomes problematic. And you're right, plans can change, things can change, whether it's something happens tomorrow or whether it happens in 5 years or 20 years. Those are the range of uses that are allowed, and you need to be aware of. And so, yeah, I think from a staff perspective, that's the concern that we've got is those uses being allowed. And it goes to the fact that car dealerships are allowed in GB2 with an SUP and then and then M1 and M2. They're not allowed in the GB district.
We take a look at Pat Booker. That's where Universal Toyota was at. They abandoned that place and went on IH-35. And now they have a used car lot on Pat Booker, if I'm not mistaken.
They might, and I would say this, and this is where staff sort of, I think, frustrates everyone on council equally, perhaps, or not quite equally, is, the same thing applies with automobile sales. To staff, if you're okay allowing this new car dealership, what's wrong if it's a used car dealership, right? It's the same use, essentially. It's a car sales. And so from a staff perspective, you can certainly always have areas or businesses that go into decline. I would have said it's something that some of the bigger cities around us struggle with, like San Antonio, is as you've seen over long periods of time, the areas develop, they're very nice, and then they start to not be sustainable and they decline. But we struggle with that too. Our Main Street, as an example, and FM 78, we have those same issues too. And so you can have that with any business. We've seen it with whether it's a car dealership or whether it's a retail shopping center or whether it's a restaurant. You have those areas. That's part of the kind of natural course of things, and that's where then the city steps in, like we do Main Street and other areas, to try to help those and incent those and bring them about. So again, I appreciate that concern from council. That's not as much a concern from staff, because whatever you put here has the potential to kind of have that ebb and flow. going forward, but there certainly are implications to all those uses and what happens with them. Sorry, it may not have been helpful to you. It may have confused things more, but we try to give you information to help you make an informed decision.
All right, council, any other comments? Sure, yes, please.
I understand your struggle because a lot of cities have exclusionary zoning. Industrial is industrial, commercial is commercial, retail, single-family, multifamily. You've blended this. You've blended the industrial and the commercial, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Right.
We don't want the industrial uses. We never believe that they're appropriate there either. We also don't believe that a car dealership is industrial, but I have to live with your code as it stands right now. If you want to amend your code and allow that in the GB and rezone my property, I'll submit it. If you rezone the property or if you change your code, I'll submit that case because we don't have any intention and we don't want it there. And we think it's inappropriate too, and I can only do what I can do, and that is put the covenants on and put the enforcer, somebody that this city knows that doesn't want it either.
And I think that is the struggle we're having here, is that we either rezone, we either put GB1 and put car dealerships in there and protect the city in the future, or we do this and we are vulnerable in the future should you leave this property. That's a struggle this council is having, is which way we're going to go here. We either do it now and do the GB2, or we allow car dealership on GB1, and that will give you the option to build the car dealership there too. And I think that's the struggles, like I said, this council's having. What's the future going to be like on IH-35 for us? Do you have a question, Mr.
I just would ask clarification, maybe from Brian or Dan, that if we did that, made car dealerships allowable under GB1, would that then everything that's currently zoned GB1 would allow for that use?
Well, let me make sure we have a GB2 and a GB. Yeah, no GB1. So this
Okay,
property
GB, general business.
Understood. I just want to make sure I was right too. So yeah, essentially, if you came in and amended the UDC to allow automobile sales as part of GB, then this property wouldn't have to rezone. They can do it by right, and all other GB could do it as well.
But it would require an SUP.
Only if you wanted it to require an SUP.
Only if we want it, okay.
I think the question then is, what are those factors
that
would where you would allow it and where you wouldn't allow it, right? We've amended the SUP provision to generally not require the layout. Not sure what the layout has to do with it, but again, the question would be is what is unique about this piece where you would grant an SUP versus where you wouldn't? And so I think, again, you get into these same sort of dilemmas as to what's the real difference, right?
You open a bigger can of worms. Okay, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, again, sticking with the zoning here and not the specific use, but as I look at the list of GB2, there's really nothing there that fits in this area on this side of 35 until you get way north. And all of this should be on the other side of 35 to stay with the theme that we've been working on for 20-some years. So it isn't just a car dealership, it's again, everything else in GB2 that could be there. So if we allow a zoning change to GB2 here, and then the next, right up the road, like they say at Belmont Park or things along that line, we're not helping ourselves.
And if I may, for clarification, just to be clear, this is not a comprehensive list of the GB.
No, I understand.
Okay,
These examples.
Yes.
These are examples, and I understand that. I realize the list is a couple of pages long, but again, the whole idea there is, as you look at these general uses, they're not the type of things that we're looking to put on this side anyway. So I'm not against a nice car dealership. I don't want to change zoning like this, especially in an area that has so much neighborhood potential.
Councilmember Whitaker.
I think I'm on the right page, looking at what is allowable in GB compared to GB2. I mean, almost most of the same categories are allowed. For example, heavy equipment sales, service, or rental, GB. I mean, heavy equipment sales and service is right now, because that's GB right now, correct? Right, so we're saying, we're having this huge discussion, but right now, a heavy equipment sale operator could move in there and do service and rental, but we wouldn't allow a car dealership. So what I think, our zoning districts are not very logical.
So I would agree with you to that point, and staff would probably say the same thing. And I bet if we dug through it, I bet at some point in the city's history, there was this discussion very similar to this about heavy equipment sales and where it was okay in a particular site and things like that. We would agree that's an anomaly within the GB district. But again, I would offer that up as a bit of a cautionary tale when we start to do these things a little bit. It just makes it tough.
Because you can also have a restaurant in GB2. So why would we want a restaurant in the middle of an industrial area? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think, and so let me give you the answer. I think it's, as I said to the example, where we have an area up on, off Tri-County or Verde, somebody comes in and says, hey, these folks don't have a whole lot of time to get out to eat. We're going to have a restaurant. We're going to cater to those folks who kind of work there. The GB2 is that a bit of a weird district. And so staff would say it generally with what we've done with it is we want to allow some things that are maybe would be useful in those areas, but we don't allow them in the M1, M2 where it's necessarily in the heart of the heaviest industrial areas. But your point is well taken. Our zoning districts don't work with necessarily the least intensive to the most intensive. There are these anomaly uses thrown in. Yes, ma'am.
And I guess that's my issue with this particular one, because my opinion is that location, even though I understand the difference between the north side of 35 and the south side and what we're trying to do overall, that area, you're talking about, what was the word you used? Anyway, just, the groupings of car dealerships, they tend to do that. They tend to go boom, 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 and it's good for their business. So to me, it just happens to be that this is boom right up against the other ones coming from a different city. And so if we're a little bit all over the map in the different districts, I feel like it's, you do put developers or, people with these business opportunities at a disadvantage when our own zoning districts don't make a ton of sense and we have to scrutinize what you're saying. I mean.
Yeah, and I wouldn't go that far to say our zoning districts don't make a ton of sense. I would say there's some anomaly uses thrown in, but generally the idea is that we have lower intensity uses, for example, in terms of the neighborhood services district, and then more intensive uses in GB, and significantly more intensive in GB2, and then M1 and M2 the same way. So you can always have these anomaly uses thrown in.
And I would say that this would be an anomaly. For example, for automobile repairs and service major for a GB, it's a SUP. So why wouldn't we put the sales as a SUP in the same district?
I think that, it's a valid point. I think one of the issues that staff would say when we get done as part of the comprehensive plan update and we do that overhaul of uses is, one of the challenges that we struggle with auto repair is we have the major and the minor, and the minor is very, very minor. Even to the point that the things we typically think of that an oil change place would do may not be allowed. We've run into that problem, and yet we don't want necessarily auto body work and engine overhauls and transmissions being done. But I will tell you, every community has that if you look at it, and that's because the nature of uses change over time. They become different. How they do them impacts it. But yeah, this is where it creates a challenge on this, I think, going forward.
Okay, Councilmember Dalla.
Oh, again, I just would reiterate, the issues with the zoning there, and my thinking is on this is that we would look at declining this request tonight and get staff and get them to run a UDC amendment to allow it in GB and then have the applicant come back.
Council, any other comments?
Can I throw one thing more in?
Yes, sir.
Because there are a number of, now I'm just being a land use nerd. I've been doing this for a long time, and I do have a master's in urban planning. I think a better way to fix it, I would be more than happy to do it your way. And we will, if you're considering that, then we will wait. We'll amend our application. But I think you should seriously consider putting an SUP on welding machine shops, truck sales and heavy equipment. Some of the really heavy intensive things that are in GB2, because GB2 is so wide in uses, you have bookstores and things like that, and then you have heavy sales. I think you should have the SUP on some of these things so people don't have the ability to just do those by right if you changed our track. I mean, they would have to come back in and get an SUP for truck sales or heavy equipment, as opposed to changing the entire dynamic of GB and GB2. It's just a suggestion, but I believe in my client, and
I understand where
want to
you're
work
coming
with you.
from, but the issue is this zoning application and
Yes,
not the overall thing, so.
That was just me throwing something out
Yeah.
there. I want to do whatever makes you comfortable and provide an opportunity for my client.
And I think that's the issues we're having here is that I think the majority of the council likes the effect that we have a brand-new car dealership here. It's the issues that will surface in the future that we're trying to basically guide our city in a direction that we continue to have, the quality of life and basically what we strive for is making this a better city for us. And I think that's a struggle we're having here.
Well, if you are considering allowing it in GB with an SUP, then we would support that and wait on that without a vote tonight. And I mean, if you're considering it, if you're not, then I guess I'll take my chances.
That will require for you to withdraw your application. So,
I don't want to withdraw it. I'd like for you to table my application if you're considering it. I'm not putting anything
Mr. James, we can get some of your expertise here.
So I think the applicant is right, and Dan can help me with this. You could, at the applicant's request, table the item, postpone the item to allow that process to go through so that if it doesn't, he doesn't have to restart fully. He can restart this one where it was postponed. But again, I think in fairness, what the applicant is wanting to know is that there is a likelihood that you would do that if the majority of you are sitting there going, yep, I'm not inclined to do that. He probably wants to know that now, not to tell you, but that's, and again, it could be that you don't know yourselves, and that would be then the solution to go through that process.
That's why we have 7 council members here. So, council, which direction you want to go?
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we postpone a final decision on ordinance 23S21 pending an update of the UDC to allow it to go to GB.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Councilmember Dolan. That was second by Councilmember Davis to postpone or table. And we don't have a date as to when we can get this back to council.
Let us, staff, do a couple things. Let us make sure that we don't have anything in our code that says it has to come back within a certain time. We'll certainly work with the applicant on that. But again, if there's not that, then I think we understand the direction from council. But let us, again, as I just asked, is there a length of time that you have to be able to postpone an item?
I think that we will incline to see exactly how much time we need here and not bring it up to council on October 10th. I think that's not enough time to work this issue out.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Okay, and then,
One last thing. You are having elections in November?
That's right.
So are we even going to have the same council, or is it going to?
No.
I mean, would this have any chance of coming back before November 3rd or 4th?
No. No. Because we have to run through planning and zoning.
Yeah, we'd have to go through planning and zoning, we'd have to craft it,
Yeah.
we'd have to notice it. Yeah.
But the motion's been made already.
You want to withdraw?
You want to withdraw the motion? Motion's been made, motion's been set, but before we do, Councilmember Davis, you had comments?
No, I was just, piggybacking. I don't have a problem with the car dealership. I mean, I understand the concern 20 years from now, what it might be, but you can make that argument about any business all the way up the 35 corridor, and who knows where the automobile industry is going. In looking at this plan, I don't think this is a bad location for what they're proposing. But I do have the concerns over the UDC and how things are there. But there's no way we can do this. So the other option you mentioned was approving it, and then they would come back for another rezoning afterwards? Is that an option, or?
There's not really a way to do that. Again, if you approve the zoning as requested to GB2, you've approved GB2 zoning, and it's there, and it's going to stay there likely unless they request it. So there's not a way to do that.
So if we approve GB2, but the staff works on a amended UDC where GB2 is updated and the problematic.
So I'm gonna where you're headed, I'm gonna say it. So with, not an attorney, didn't spend 3 years in law school, or 4, as the case may be. But the state law has changed, making it more problematic to take away uses from a zoning district. So we can have somebody, if we make this change, say we're gonna take away these uses, or we're gonna require an SUP. I've got somebody out there with the GB2 district going, hold it, you're restricting, well, I used to be able to do this and now I can't, and I think that's more problematic. The state has changed what we have to do with notices in those circumstances. It really, I think from a staff perspective, we would say, once you kind of allow something, you kind of allowed it. It's real hard to pull back on it in terms of your code of ordinances, because everybody can argue, I had this and you're taking it away as an allowed use.
We're not asking to take anything away. This would stay in GB2 as an SUP. It would be allowed now, so it's an addition. It's a further right of someone in GB with an SUP.
Understood. Your request is to allow it in GB with an SUP, as opposed to where I thought some council have gone, which is restrict some of the uses in GB2 presently to then make it more palatable to rezone this as GB2. You're right. We could go both directions with it. Again, I think what staff would say is, even with SUPs, you really have to be able to articulate what are those factors that cause you to approve an SUP or not approve an SUP in a particular zoning district. And if you're challenged to articulate those in a way, that's part of the problem. Now, we can explore that with this UDC update and talk about what would be those factors. Can we articulate them on a case-by-case basis where they may be allowed and where they're not? But that's a bit of the problem you have with the SUP is a little bit, it's not really this, it allows you to kind of do what you want in one case and do what you want in a different case without being able to articulate the what and why of that. I think it's...
So I would request, as the applicant, that you vote on it tonight, because I have to wait for the amendment anyway. So if you decline it tonight and you fix the code, I come back in 2 or 3 months or however long it takes. If you approve it tonight, and then on the next reading, I would commit to you that either you can initiate the zoning case to put the G2 on our property, or we will initiate the zoning case to put the G2 SUP on our property. So hopefully there would only be a 30 to 60 to 90 day period where we had G2 SUP, if you're going to fix the code. So I think, and I don't know what anyone, I have some ideas what some of you are going to do, but I think I would just as soon take the vote. Then I can tell the client there's a big problem with the industrial thing, or maybe you would trust us and allow us to come back when the code is amended. We would have the covenants in place during the interim, and we could get going.
All right, well, thank you for your input. However, the motion's been made to postpone it, unless it's withdrawn.
I'll withdraw that motion.
Motion's withdrawn. All right. So, do I have a motion on the floor?
Well, you
So-
got to go with the positive on these things, so let's
Yes.
make a motion to approve ordinance 23S21, GB2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilmember Scagliola, second by Councilmember Davis. Any other comments? None. Let's go. We have a comment by Dr. Scagliola? No? Okay, let me clear that. You pushed your button. Okay, council, please register your vote. Okay, if you can go ahead and publish the vote. That's 2 approvals, 5 objection, motion fails. With that, motion fails. Item number 9 does not require reading. Am I correct?
Dan can maybe help me on this one, though. Our ordinance is, since the motion before failed, it's done. If there's no GB2, then you can't approve the SUP. There's
Okay.
nothing to act on.
I'll go ahead and just read it for the record. Okay, item number 1 is number 9 is ordinance number 23S22. Since item number 8 failed, this discussion and public hearing is not required. All right. So we'll move on. We have a guest here for number 11, so if we can move that one up front, please. The presentation on parking and unimproved surfaces will be the first one we tackle, and then we'll go PDDs.
All right, good evening, Council, Mayor, Mr. Williams. I'm bringing to you tonight an update from Neighborhood Services. Let me get my bearings here. All right, so I wanted to cover a few items that are located in the Unified Development Code, or the UDC. First, if you'll recall, the Unified Development Code contains, among other items, property maintenance and site designs. First, I'd like to touch on parking standards. Under Article 10, this section we will cover includes requirements such as off-street parking in non-residential districts to be on-site or within 150 feet of the lot. In addition, parking spaces shall be on paved concrete or asphalt surfaces. And as we touch on Article 8, outdoor storage and display, this also has requirements including areas intended for display must be paved and painted to distinguish them from required parking, and prohibits parking in the right-of-way or fire lane. And goes on to require general outdoor storage items shall be completely enclosed or shall be moved to the rear of the structure, but in no event shall general storage items be visible from the public right-of-way. So we have quite a few open cases. I wanted to show you the range of cases that we have here. Cases remain open for a wide variety of reasons, and not just unable to achieve compliance right of way, but also to give us time to research and do our due diligence on each case as we move forward. Some of our cases have been able to comply, and we have been able to close these cases. All those cases, property owners have been notified. It's important to note that parking standards ensures facilities are accessible, safe, and convenient for all users. Not having parking standards allows mud to be tracked into the street and airborne dust to be hazardous to our communities. So I wanted to show you some photos that we took of other communities that don't have the same standards as Schertz. And if you'll notice in some of these photos, all the vehicles are parked on unimproved surfaces, and they are tracking dust and mud back into the street or the public right-of-way. Here are additional photos. You'll notice the gullies and the gravel pits as we hit the asphalt or the public right-of-way. These are current violations. So if you'll notice the picture on the left, that unapproved surface is dragging gravel and rock into the public right-of-way and damaging the asphalt there at the entrance. The photo on the right, there are additional items stored on grass or unimproved surfaces. Here are more violations. We have employee parking as well as general outdoor storage on unimproved surfaces, and all in the public right-of-way. The photo on the left, you'll notice there's pooled water, which creates mud that gets tracked back onto the street. There's also lots of outdoor storage going on there, all on unimproved surfaces. The photo on the right is evidence of mud and dirt being tracked back into the right-of-way. Not only does this take place in commercially zoned areas, but it also takes place in our neighborhoods. So if you'll notice the photo on the left, their storage equipment and materials are all in public view, and this is in a residential neighborhood. The photo on the right also is in a mixed-use neighborhood. I'd like to remind you that business owners invest in Schertz. Schertz UDC ensures that businesses operate in a safe and healthy manner. The UDC also helps prevent the overdevelopment of Schertz, thus preserving the small-town charm that attracts many residents and visitors. So these are some photos of completed projects, recent completed projects. And this is an example of a completed project recently. And if you'll notice the progression as business was in operation as of January of 2017. In December of 2020, with the additional structure, you'll notice that parking starts to creep to the back and go on the unimproved surfaces. As of June of 2023, that lot is now an employee lot and has a lot of overflow and parking all on the unimproved surface that's in the lot next door. So a little bit about our case progression. So city staff works with property owners throughout the process to find solutions to correct violations. This includes extending the standard timeframes listed below to gain compliance. A typical case for us can take up to 6 months before a citation is issued. The city does offer, under Ordinance 22S19, an additional 6 months to work through any of our site or development processes. All it takes is a request submitted to City Management Office. There are steps to compliance for any property to be developed, and they include zoning, platting, site plan, and building permits. So there are processes in place for property owners to get resolution. And I'd like to point out that that is our first list. We are still actively patrolling the city, and as we discover additional violations, that list will grow. So with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you. Council, any questions? Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, now, on parking surfaces, do they have to be impermeable, or can they be some type of gravel, rock?
Currently, what's in the code, it's concrete or asphalt.
Councilmember Scariola.
Yeah, I kind of asked for this to be put on the agenda. Yeah, here's the thing. Fixing problems is real easy. The real challenge is to fix a problem so that you don't create other problems. And I think the intention was to clean up the parking. That was the objective. How do we go about doing it? I think we gave a kind of a broad stroke of the paintbrush here, hey, let's fix the problem. And then I think staff went out, and by golly, you're fixing the problem. I do appreciate it. It used to be called code enforcement. Now your neighborhood services. I kind of like the kinder and gentler approach. But here's my thing. What is the objective? What was the objective? Has the objective been achieved, or have we created a monster for ourselves? I know you're going to do your job. You do it exceptionally well. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just wondering, is the job that's being done now really leading towards the objective of what we tried to accomplish a few months back? Are there other ways to go about doing this? You know, define impervious surfaces. You know, understand grass doesn't work. Well, gravel, hard pack, asphalt, concrete. There's a whole bunch of different varieties of materials that you could use to accomplish your goals. But to encumber a small business into a requirement to put it in a detention pond because they're going to fill in their parking lot, is that really, or was it really, the intention that we set out? What was the objective? I'd like very much to actually sit down with some of the small business owners who are affected by this specifically. I understand there are some egregious cases that, you know, this has gone on for too long. This is inappropriate, and you can tell that this is inappropriate. On the other hand, there are businesses out there that in all good faith want to comply with the city ordinances. They've been small businesses in the city for a long time, contributed immensely to the growth of the city for a long time. I view my job as to take care of the residents in the city, take care of the small business owners in the city, who are all contributing to the betterment of the city. I'd like to come to some type of understanding with our small business community that are impacted by the decisions that we made here, clearly designed to achieve a specific objective without collateral damage, shall we call it. I'd very much like to sit down with or have something from the staff, sit down with our business owners and come up with a compromise. Even to the point where we develop a partnership with our small business communities. Hey, it may cost a little bit of money. Call it economic development, if you like. Getting a piece of property paved, I think that enhances the city itself. How about developing a partnership? You know, if we're mandating, do this kind of, sort of, or else, maybe we should have some skin in the game also. Let's work together to accomplish our objectives. That's my point for bringing this before the council.
Councilmember Whitaker.
Okay, I'm just going to say it's a very scary moment for me. I'm going to have to agree with him. Okay. Let me take a moment. No, I really do agree. I appreciate what you guys do. I think what you are doing is enforcing what we've asked you to. You know, here's the code. This is what we said we wanted, and you're going out and doing that, and that's your job. So I appreciate that. That's what I would expect from you. I do agree, though. I think that it maybe was kind of a big, broad stroke to solve some problems, and we've created some other problems. And I do think that it is possible that maybe there's a compromise in there. I think that was a good idea. Maybe the city can contribute to resolving some of those. I mean, I'm thinking about some of the problems with the, parking on a non-paved surface. We were talking about dirt and things that are drug into the road. But to lose a business that's been there for 20 years, I mean, I don't know. I'm okay with a little bit of dirt if the business otherwise, I guess it's, do we throw the baby out with the dirt in the road or the bath in the water. Anyway, so I would say I don't like the idea of just pushing forward with this overall compliance. I think I think there's got to be another solution, and I would, especially some of our longer, I don't know if you can I don't want to pick and choose, so I understand that when we have an ordinance, we have to apply it, but I think there's got to be a better way, because I think there are some significant businesses that have been good partners with the city otherwise that are being affected by it. I think about the letter that was read, in one case, they can't pave the surface because we have another ordinance that says you have to have a certain amount of green space, and talking about, the runoff and things like that. So we have these conflicting requirements, so a business can't, there's nowhere to go for them. So if they have to, they'd have to leave, I guess, in some cases. So I'm not a big fan of how it is right now. I don't know the solution, but it sounds like Dr. Scagliola could lead the charge there and put something together in his last 6 weeks.
Your last 6 weeks too. So, Councilmember Dalla.
Well, a certain place must be getting really cold, because I agree with Dr. Scagliola as well. We passed that ordinance with the best of intentions, and I think the main focus on the intent of that was to deal with the businesses on Main Street and some of the problems we were having down there. But the off-street parking is a problem. We got to find a solution. I don't know that this is the right solution that we're driving toward right now. There's other types of surfaces that we can look at. They're not impervious, but caliche base, decomposed granite, maybe require some sort of driveway to now enable the dirt to run off and keep it on their property more than what it's currently. I think there's a number of different options that we can look at to find a workable solution that doesn't really have such a huge financial impact on these smaller businesses that we have.
Councilmember Davis.
I'm going to turn up the heat a bit. I disagree with a good portion of this. I'm all for helping small businesses, and we do it in a couple areas. We have a program for 78. We have a program for Main Street. I think the city can certainly go and look at ways of helping small businesses, either through the city or EDC. But at the end of the day, we have standards in the city. And I remember having a conversation when I first got on council where we had someone just generating a pile of garbage. And when I approached a senior leader on the city staff and said, what are we doing to enforce cleaning that up? His comment was, well, if we enforce it there, we'd have to enforce it everywhere. Well, yeah. Now, I agree. I think we can be a little bit more creative. I like the idea of, does it have to be concrete? Does it have to be asphalt? Is there a way to turn around and put something else down and have something that mitigates dragging that out onto other people's property? I think those are all things that we can explore. But this is not something new that came out of Main Street. The parking on unimproved surfaces has been a prohibition in the city for a long, long time. It's not new. I understand the concern of small businesses, but as a business grows, they've got to account for a lot of things, not just parking space, but parking for their staff, storage of vehicles. I disagree that this is just something that we just have to maybe make an exception for. There's got to be ways to look at this in the code and sort of come up with solutions. And it's not going to fix everything, because at some point, someone else is going to turn around and not be able to meet those standards. Well, what are we going to do then? Turn a blind eye to that? Or if we turn around and put in this alternative format, here's another consideration. What happens when the next big industrial building comes up on 35 and they say, well, we have a lot of areas where we're going to store trailers. We don't want to put down asphalt up there. We just want to put in gravel, and it's on the backside of the property. Nobody will care. I think we have to tread lightly on this a little bit and not just say it's not a factor. As far as the retention on a property, that is a concern. If you turn around and pave a piece of property and there's no adequate drainage or water retention, that water's going somewhere, out onto the street, which affects our other residents, or it's going onto their neighbor's property, which affects the neighbor. So I mean, these are all things that we have to address and look at, not just say, well, I think our ordinance is a little bit too strict and maybe we ought to lighten up on it. I think there's a lot more research that has to be done on this to look at what options are out there.
Councilmember Hayward.
Okay, so everybody go out and buy your lottery tickets because we all seem to be getting ready to agree with David here. I think the intent of it and the ordinance has been around for a long time. The problem is it wasn't being enforced. And we've now started enforcing it. And there are a lot of things that we start enforcing and it becomes a hardship. And then we create another problem because sometimes we don't finish skiing the slope when we start the process. And I'm just wondering if there's some kind of partnership or some other things that we can look at, because for me, I understand that as Schertz, we want to be the premier city, and we put ordinance in place to be just that, the premier city that people can look to and to do the things. And it's always hard when you have to make the tough decisions when you've got small business owners or different people in the city, that when something happens, they come and then we have to try to make a decision. And that's always a tough one because we know what ordinances we were putting in place. And so for me, it's kind of that catch-22 for me. It's like knowing we have the ordinance because we want to be the premier city. And as we're starting to enforce this because it hadn't been enforced for a very long time, what consequences are we adding to this process? And how long do we have, or is there some way that we can look at other things and see how we can assist the businesses in maybe a partnership or finding someone who is willing to head up something where we can get a partnership to help the businesses out? And it may not come from the city, it may come from some company that's not in the city or that's in the city that's willing to help these small businesses with what they need to do. And so I think it is tough, and it's one of those where sitting up here and having to make the decisions, and when you make these decisions, you go, yeah, that's what we need to do in the city because we want to be a premier city. And then when you start looking at things that affect people who have been here for a ton of years, it makes it tough to make that decision to say, hey, you got to do this and you do it now. So I'm just wondering if there's other things that we might look into to get where we want to get without creating unintended consequences.
Sure. No, if I may, Councilwoman, I think, staff talked about this. We didn't see that we were going to get a final clear direction from council. Yep, here's a solution and move on. We assumed this was a first in a series of conversations because much like the last item, this is a tough one. When we kind of lay out, well, we could do this, everybody's going, I don't want to do that. Well, we could do this. Yeah, but that doesn't seem to fix it. So what's a more nuanced approach? The one thing I would say in terms of us not enforcing this, I don't know that that's entirely accurate. So when new development comes in, we enforce these regulations, right? Somebody walks in the door and says, I got an auto repair shop. We go, you got to pave the parking, you got to pave the drives, you got to pave the area where you're going to store. We have enforced it. The other is, well, certainly, and I had a conversation with the folks from Roadrunner about how long this has been going on and things like that. We have had businesses that have been built since I've been here that, that's 11 years, that just started doing this because and I'm going to be maybe less nice, because it was the convenient solution for them. And we didn't know about it. You couldn't see it, it wasn't aware, and then stand and say, well, we've been doing it. So I think that's part of where this is a hard situation. You've literally got some where you can go back decades that it's been going on, fair enough. You've got others that started doing it a couple of years ago. And I will tell you this, that likely while we start going through a process, there will probably be a business who starts doing it, right? I mean, that becomes this issue. But you're right. I think we certainly understand council's direction of we don't necessarily like either end. And before we make a decision that's at either end that has these negative consequences, let's at least go through the effort to see if we can come up with a more nuanced solution that limits it both ways. We probably aren't going to find some solution that's perfect, that everybody's happy, that doesn't have some. But I think this is sort of what we expect, which is, you're right, let's sit down, let's roll up our sleeves, and let's understand the issues and the challenges from both perspectives, because there are a lot. And I think Councilman Davis was well conceived. We get a lot of complaints from people who are being flooded out by what's done on an adjacent property. And while a gravel or caliche surface isn't as impervious as concrete, it's less pervious than it was as grass. And that's a lot of these situations we have with flooding, is it's been going on for years and somebody did something and did something. So you're right. I think with all of these ordinance changes, we really need to be thoughtful. We really need to be careful. And even if we're not going to find a perfect solution where everybody's happy, let's see if we can find something somewhere in between that's more palatable around, and make sure we understand those implications. I think staff is on board with that, happy to engage in that exercise.
Councilmember Dalla.
Just a final comment from me. We had a couple years ago with the updated fire regulations requiring the retrofitting of sprinkler systems for VFW and for the Knights of Columbus Hall. And use your terminology, we found a nice nuanced solution that kind of worked for everybody. I'm sure we can do the same here.
Council, any other comments? You know, we placed our staff in a very awkward situation here, trying to enforce the ordinances that we as council passed. And we value our businesses. They've been a part of our businesses for over 20-something years. And, you know, they contributed so much to this city. But I agree with all the council. I mean, from Councilmember Davis saying that we have standards we have to meet. And also what the rest of the council has made. It's a very tough situation that we're in. But hopefully we can find an alternative solution to it. I'm not sure what the square foot is for asphalt. I think that would be cheaper than concrete, but it's still expensive. But Mr. Williams, you had comments you were going to make? No?
No, Mr. James touched on most of them. I think staff, our intention was to get feedback from the council and see if we can come up with a workable solution. And just, I know it's been said many times, our objective is to enact the ordinances and the policies that you give us and carry that out. So that's what we'd like to do. And whatever direction the council decides to go in, we want to make sure that we follow through on those and do our job completely.
And Councilmember Scagliola volunteered his services for the next 6 weeks. If we can get at least a majority of the business owners to come and join us to try to find a solution that will probably work too. We got 6 weeks to work with him. Well, Councilmember Hayward, do you have additional comments?
Yeah, just one additional comment. Thank you for the job you do. Don't think that you're not doing a good job. We truly appreciate you and your staff and what you're doing. And we're just up here dealing with a tough issue. So I appreciate it.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we'll move on.
So if we could, before we move on, could we get some direction on pending cases that we have? Because I didn't hear that.
Yes, that's right. We have some pending cases. Do you want to put those on?
I need to tell my prosecutor what y'all want to do as a council with.
Yeah, we certainly have pending cases that we're enforcing the ordinance. So yeah, I think that's what staff's looking. If you want us to withdraw those cases and sit tight on this enforcement till this effort's done.
I think that is the direction the council wants to go, is hold off on the cases. Yes, Councilmember Brown?
And I realize that there's a couple of egregious cases out there that they're not commercial. They're in violation of residential, not just parking.
But is that something you want us to consider allowing? Because we have issues where we get chewed on from residents who want to park in an unpaved surface in their front yard. I think, and the other, again, if I may, is, part of what would help staff as we move forward with this exercise, and I appreciate Councilman Scagliola being on it, and I think certainly we need some business is on there as well. But if this committee is made up of Councilman Scagliola, there's an ordinance that comes back that says allow parking on an unpaved surface. We have different interests, and I think the goal with these
My question, though, was the difference between commercial use and residential use.
Sure.
I think all of us can agree that residential is going to be different from commercial, and that
No, I think it's got to be case by case. I mean, there are some commercial ones that have, they've got a clear flat area, they're parking some vehicles on a clear flat area.
No, I'm talking about this workshop that Dr. Scagliola is going to be working on. Can the staff continue to press forward with the residential violators, or can you separate that?
I think our city attorney should offer us some clarification.
That's why I'm asking.
No, if y'all are going to allow folks to park on unimproved surfaces, I don't feel like we're going to selectively prosecute that provision amongst residential and commercial until y'all have an actual
That's what I was
solution that
asking.
you're ready to adopt.
Is there any way, I guess, we can move forward with the cases that we have while we work through the issues, because we may find a solution? But if they're already going through and working with the prosecutor, should we just continue going forward with those? Or does that cause a problem for us on the
They're
other
criminal
end?
citations, so it's a significant thing for the business owner or resident who gets cited and brought into municipal court and stands trial. So, I am fine with asking my prosecutor to postpone or file motions for continuance on all these, but that's ultimately up to your judge whether he grants those continuances.
It's just tough.
Well, which way are we going? Are we going to go ahead and ask for a postponement on these
Well, yeah,
cases?
given that this has been an ongoing issue for a long time, if we take another month or so to work through this, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference in the big scheme of things.
Well, because there's also some business owners that if we make a change and the business owner is already working on the solution and paving, and all of a sudden they pay thousands of dollars to pave their portion, then we
Yeah, we'll
change
certainly let
everything,
those
yeah.
businesses know. At this point, council's decided to pause while we look at the
let's
ordinance
pause
so
on
they
it.
don't proceed. Yeah, we can certainly do that.
And then we'll let the judge make that decision based on the city council's request. All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on then. Next is item number 10. Presentation on Planned Development District, PDDs. Ms. Delgado.
Good evening, Council. So Plan Development Districts, Emily Delgado, Planning Manager. So I get the pleasure tonight to talk all about Plan Development Districts out of the Unified Development Code, what they are, what we use them for, what they should be, and kind of options moving forward. So I want to start with kind of the purpose. So Plan Development District is created to promote and encourage innovative development that is sensitive to the surrounding land uses. So that is straight out of the Unified Development Code. If this necessitates varying from available zoning districts, the proposed development should demonstrate community benefits. So that's saying if we go this Plan Development District route rather than a straight zoning district, it should have some community benefit. And a PDD should not be used to deviate from the provisions of the UDC that contradict its intent. So there's some minimum standards for a PDD in terms of acreage. A single-family residential, a multifamily residential, or a non-residential all require a minimum of 2 acres to request a PDD. And then if it's a mixed residential and a non-residential, it requires that 5-acre minimum. So again, this is straight from the Unified Development Code, Article 5, Section 21.510 D1. development standards are set forth in an ordinance granting the PDD and may include but shall not be limited to uses, density, lot area, width and depth, yard depth and widths, building height, elevations, parking and access, screening and landscaping, accessory buildings, signs, lighting, other requirements as the City Council may deem appropriate. So within the Unified Development Code, there is this list that identifies an applicant requesting a PDD can make and request modifications to any of these items. So the big one on here, I think, to point out again, is that the UDC explicitly states that they can request modifications to lot area, width and depth, and the setbacks. So what is this ordinance, these design standards? So it's a list of all the requested variances from the standard requirements within the UDC. It's typically in the form of a narrative document. That's what we've seen in the last several years for PDD. It's not a bulleted list, it's a narrative document that identifies the UDC requirements that they would like to modify. It also identifies a particular district, so that's why you see a lot of the PDDs say that it has a base zoning of general business or a base zoning of R4 with the following modifications. And again, right, it has that statement of purpose and intent, it lists the variances, and a PDD shall conform to the UDC unless specifically exempted in the granting ordinance. So unless the PDD design standards explicitly state they want to make a modification to that section, it would revert back to the UDC for compliance. So for criteria for approval, so the Planning and Zoning Commission makes a recommendation either in favor or against the proposed PDD, and then it comes to the City Council to make that final consideration and action. So this is straight from the Unified Development Code again. So in looking at approving or denying a PDD, we should look at whether the proposed PDD implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan, whether the proposed PDD promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city, whether the uses permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified, whether the proposed zone change is in accordance with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water supply, sanitary sewer, or other public services and utilities to the area, the extent to which the proposed PDD will result in a superior development that can be achieved through conventional zoning, whether all of the applicant's back tax owed to the city have been paid in full, and whether other criteria are met which at the discretion of the P&Z and City Council are deemed relevant and important. So those are the 7 criteria that should be evaluated when either approving or denying a PDD request. So within the UDC, there is a section about PDD amendments. So minor amendments can be made to the conceptual plan without the necessity of amending the originating PDD ordinance. Those minor amendments could be a correction in spelling, distances, labeling, building position or layout, proposed property lines, parking layout. So it wouldn't be a change to the concept or the overall design features. It would be minor items. If it was considered not a minor item, it would go back through that PDD process to Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council. So for the next kind of portion of the presentation, I want to go into residential PDD specifically, and then we'll move into commercial PDD. So ordinance number 09S06 amended the UDC and created the Plan Development District section. So we've had PDDs as a zoning ordinance since 09. Prior to that, there was Planned Unit Development or PUD zoning district. Ordinance number 10S29, adopted back in 2010, stipulated that no applications for zone changes to R6, which is the 60 by 120, and R7, which is the 60 by 110, could be accepted, considered, or approved by the city. After the adoption of that ordinances, PDDs became a lot more prevalent. If someone wanted to submit a zoning for a lot smaller than R2, which is a 70 by 120, then a PDD was kind of their only alternative. So the PDD process would allow developers to submit for that zone change with modifications to that smaller lot width and depth. So some examples, Crossvine, the original Sedona in 2012, and then it's been amended several times. It has modifications to lot size, screening, commercial requirements, fencing, landscaping. Parklands and Parklands 2 in 2013 and 2019. Made modifications to signs, lot size, exterior building material, landscaping, fencing, screening. Saddlebrook in 21 had modifications to lot size, sign size, and impervious coverage. Heritage Oaks also in 2021, again, lot size, clothing plan, block length, landscaping, tree preservation and mitigation. And then Carmel Ranch also in 2021, again, made modifications to reduce the lot size, impervious coverage, and signage, to have increased signage. So the majority of residential PDDs the city has been receiving over the last several years are really requesting variances or deviations from the UDC to gain approval for the smaller lots. Reduce setbacks, increase signage. That's kind of the trend that we're seeing is PDDs for smaller lots, increase signage, setbacks. In other words, kind of in standard language, requesting a PDD in order to get more house on the lot and modify the code to meet their desires, their goals. Most residential PDDs are being used in order to benefit the developer, deviate the standards, and not necessarily with full benefits to the city, which is one of those items that I mentioned in the first slide. We should really be getting that community benefit out of a PDD. I will say there are some residential PDDs within the city that are unique and different. So I want to go through two examples. You may remember this one, again, back from 2021. This is Heritage Oaks up off Schertz Parkway. It is a very unique design. It's got that coving plan, very curvilinear streets. You can see it has a lot of open green space, a very unique property in itself, and then a very different design standards. And these lots are 50 by 120s. So significantly smaller than our smallest zoning district that we had by right in 2021. Now on this side, this is Carmel Ranch, also approved in 2021. You can see kind of the stark difference between Heritage Oaks and Carmel Ranch. Carmel Ranch has 3 different lot sizes, a 55 by 125, a 60 by 120, and a 70 by 120. But you can see it's a much more grid style pattern, not a lot of open space. The open space that they do have is also retention or drainage. So kind of 2 stark differences, but both PDDs approved in 2021. So what are the city's goals, desires for residential PDDs? So based on P&Z and City Council Subcommittee recommendation, Ordinance 23S07 was adopted earlier this year, which eliminated that prohibition on zone changes to R6 or R7. With R6 and R7 now being allowed, and since PDDs have predominantly been used to deviate the lot size requirements and allow smaller lot sizes, are PDDs for residential developments still necessary or desired at this point? So it's that policy question of if we as a city are okay with deviating standards in a PDD, then should the UDC be amended to change the standards for everyone? In other words, we've had several subdivisions, PDDs, that have had smaller lots than the 60-foot width that have been approved, 50s to 55s. Should we just create a zoning district that is a 50-foot wide lot? If we're okay with it in a PDD, should we just allow that as a straight zoning district? Very similar kind of policy question on the signage. Several of the recent PDDs have had larger subdivision entry features and signage. If we're okay with it in PDDs, should we allow all residential subdivisions to have larger signage? So kind of moving into the commercial PDD side. So even though we don't see commercial PDDs as often as residential, we do have quite a few in the city. And like residential PDDs, commercial PDDs are supposed to be used for that unique and innovative development. So some examples, we have Verde Enterprise Business Park that was approved in 2007. That's kind of off Verde, Schertz Parkway on the other side of 35. They have very unique requirements for signage, and this PDD was also written that it utilizes the 1996 UDC. So if you are in the Verde Enterprise Business Park, you might see that it looks a lot different than the rest of the city in terms of design standards because it utilizes a much previous UDC than we use right now. IDV, which was approved in 2021, that PDD allows additional permitted uses in the zoning district by right. It also changed the outdoor storage requirements and landscaping requirements. Wiederstein Ranch, which is commonly it's the Evo property, it's called Wiederstein Ranch as the PDD. They had increased signage. Garden Ridge Commercial, which is where the Murdoch's is, that also had additional permitted uses by right within the PDD and had modifications to the landscaping. So we also have several for mixed residential and multifamily. So the most 2 recent, both in 2022, the FM 1518 apartments had modified parking ratio, screening and fencing, does not require wheel stops, the size of parking spaces was reduced, and increased signage. Schertz Station, this is the portion on 35 and Cibolo Valley Drive. Again, modifications to decrease landscaping, architectural elevations, allowed a wider variety of land uses by right, and then the parking ratios were decreased from the UDC as well. So very similar to residential PDDs, and the majority of the commercial PDDs that we're seeing, it's utilized more as this is the as the developer, this is the project that I want to bring into the city, and I'm going to create this PDD and modifications to the PDD to allow basically what I want. So most commercial PDDs include deviations to screening and buffering, landscaping requirements, increased signage, allowing those additional land uses by right, and modifications to parking ratios. So again, it's that policy question. If we're okay with deviating standards in a PDD for a commercial project, should we allow that change for everyone? Same question as a residential. If we're okay with larger signage on commercial PDDs, should we just increase our signage across the city? Several commercial PDDs have requested and been granted approval for additional land uses. So should we look at making a modification to the permitted use table to allow those additional land uses by right for everyone that has that base zoning district? So another piece is several of the commercial PDDs have decreased our landscaping requirements. We did just do that major overhaul to Article 9, the landscaping section. Should we go back and take another look at that to change our UDC to match what we're okay with in these approved PDDs? So we have some options, kind of discussion points going forward. So we could restrict what development standards, site design standards can be modified. For example, if we no longer want PDDs that come forward and request for reduced lot sizes, then we need to amend the UDC to no longer state that that can be allowable as an option to request to reduce. Same thing with signs, landscaping, the impervious coverage. If there's items in the UDC we explicitly don't want modified in a PDD, that should be clear for the customer and the applicants moving forward. We could clearly identify community benefits or design standards that exceed minimum UDC requirements in order to allow for that variance. So example, if we are okay with decreasing the lot size, but if you come in with a PDD and want to decrease the lot size, then our expectation is to have 10 more feet of landscape buffer or 50 more trees on the site, making it very explicit on what we're looking for as a city for those community benefit, the above and beyond design standards. We could put the burden on the applicant to provide justification on why the PDD is a superior development that could not have been done with conventional zoning. Or we could get rid of planned development districts altogether and just utilize our straight zoning district and hold firm on the Unified Development Code and the design standards that we have in place. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. All right. Councilmember Whitaker.
So my one question would be, so if we do straight zoning like the R6 and R7, is that the minimum in that, in that district or in that zoning? Or if it's R6, then you can do R6 or anything bigger?
Exactly. So if the zoning district is R6, you could have lot sizes that are no smaller than the 60 by 120. If they come in and have some lots that are 60 by 120, but some that are 80 by 120 or 80 by 140, those would get approved as well during the platting process. No lots could be smaller than the minimum R6.
Okay. And so I think where we are on that one, I mean, I would be fine with that, except that we created those zoning districts to be limited acreage. So we can't, so I think that's why, unless we change that again, developers not going to make that option, because if they have a larger development and they want some small lots and some larger lots, our restrictions on those straight zoning zones won't work for that case.
Exactly. So they could have the 30 acres of R6, and then if the property's bigger than that, they could have 20 acres of R1 or 30 acres of R2. They could kind of mix and match the straight zoning. It wouldn't have to be, R6 for just the 30 acres and the rest of the track's kind of left behind.
They would chop up their entire acreage
Just in
and
different
have to
straight
say
zoning.
where they're going to put those things. Okay. And I think we have heard from developers that that's really more likely how they're going to do it anyway. They don't mix and match like a shorter or a more narrow next to it, because it's just easier to fit them all together in the same size. So, okay, so I get that. I just wanted to, I guess, reiterate some of the things that I heard you say that I thought it was good that you're sharing, is that the point of the PDD, and it is stated in the UDC that we can modify the lot sizes, which is a big argument, I guess, more so from the residents, that they're not happy with hearing a PDD because it doesn't align with the UDC when the zone or the lot sizes have a minimum requirement according to the UDC, but that's the purpose of the PDD. I think Where the problem comes in then is the whole intent. So we're allowed to modify from the UDC as long as it doesn't go against the intent. Well, an intent is very subjective, you know, so it's hard to argue, well, what was the intent? Because, I mean, I don't really know. I mean, we want it to look nice, but looking nice is subjective. So I think that's a problem with the way the language is for the PDD, that if we just say we can't vary from the intent, we'd have to say what the intent of each one of these situations are before we could determine whether or not we are straying from the intent on any particular PDD. One other thing I wanted to say was you had mentioned that the purpose of the PDD is to provide, you know, we talk about something that's a unique product, something, but that provides a community benefit. Again, it's a bit subjective, but in the cases of the developers, at least in today's market, there is a community benefit. For example, today we had the TERS meeting, so talking to the developers about what's happening in the Crossvine, and the prices of building a house at this point are getting to the point where people can't afford it on the lot sizes and the square footage and all that. So really, to make things more affordable, people have to get into smaller houses, smaller lots. So the community benefit of smaller lot sizes and adjusting from the current UDC is that as prices go up, interest rates go up, but salaries do not meet that. It allows for some development, keeping prices a little bit on the lower side as far as, I mean, so we can get more people into the community in places where we're willing to allow development and keep those prices a little bit on the not as ridiculously high side, I guess. So I just wanted to say, I think there's two different things, you know, there's aesthetics, there's quality of life, there's those kind of things, and then there's the ability to get into the community and how pricing affects that. So there's a lot of benefits, and so I guess we have to decide where our priorities are with those benefits to determine whether or not this PDD offers a community benefit. So all in all, I like your, the comments that, well, if we allow for all of these little things in the PDDs, why wouldn't we just apply that and allow it in the straight zoning and get rid of the PDDs? I think the problem's going to be, well, we lose control because with the PDD process, we get to, P&Z gets to scrutinize it, we get to scrutinize it, we get to kind of nitpick a little bit. I don't know. I guess, again, it just depends on, as a community, what we're looking for. Are we looking for a lot of control and making sure that things are exactly how we want it? But there's 7 of us up here, and 3 of us are not going to be here in 6-8 weeks or whatever. So what we think we should be controlling is going to change depending on the 7 people who are up here. So it's definitely a challenge, but right now I feel like simpler is better. So I wouldn't be opposed to simplifying, moving some of those standards that we've accepted. If you can show a pattern of, you know, you've accepted these certain things, more signage, smaller lot sizes, that kind of thing, more frequently or regularly, it seems like what we should apply those standards perhaps and eliminate the process, because the process of the PDD is very time consuming, bogs everybody down, staff, developers. So I would be in favor of looking at that option.
So I'll say this, and Brian, you can run up here if you don't agree, but I would say that's kind of the direction staff is looking for, is if the community benefit of a PDD is that we're getting smaller lots to make a more affordable, you know, home per se, and city council is accepting of a 50-foot wide lot, and there's not a whole lot of other items that they're really bringing to the table, then we should just modify the UDC and make a 50-foot wide lot zoning district and allow that as a straight zoning, rather than going through the PDD process. And staff is, I'll say staff is unclear on what is that expectation of, okay, if it's a 50-foot wide lot, what is city council looking for as that above and beyond design standard to offset the smaller lot?
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I still like the idea of having variety in one area, you know, versus, like you say, 30 acres of R6 and 30 acres of R2 or whatever. Um, the, what the PDD does allow, and unfortunately we just haven't seen much of it, is things like a mix of multifamily and single family. The idea of the mixed lot sizes, you know, that, sure, you can just make the smallest size district and they can build up from there, which they won't. But
Yeah, no, I think your point's good. So let me kind of reiterate on the first, which is this mix of multifamily and single family.
and I'm really talking about, you know, 2, 3, 4plexes versus,
Yeah, and I think, so again, I think what staff would say, and this is a bit of the challenge, is you can create those straight zoning districts. We have many of them. And then people can come in and on that 200-acre tract of land, they can say, this 30 acres is this 20 acres is this 7 acres is this 60 acres is this. That's the way to do it. And so there's a way to get there so you don't have a uniformity. I think the other issue, though, is, you know, we've started having what you tend to find with development to some degree, and not always, is a variety of lot sizes because of the nature of the property, the topo, the layout, things like that. You sort of get that inherently. I think Councilwoman Whitaker is right. We're not seeing developers really try to mix significantly different lot sizes within a pod, you know, that we refer to. It's just the way it lays out. And so again, I think if what council wants is we want to allow a variety of product types, you can do that through straight zoning. But the challenge that I think we're getting, where I assume Councilman Davis asked for this, is in addition to doing that through the PDD, they're coming in and they're dropping the rear yard setback from 20 feet to 18 feet. And if we're okay with 18-foot rear yard setbacks, just change the code, make it 18-foot rear yard setbacks, because, and this is the thing I think that staff has a challenge with that you maybe heard a little bit from us tonight, is it's reading the minds of the 8 of you.
Right.
And then the other problem is it's developers sort of walking in and saying, hey, we're trying to figure out as we do our due diligence and we have to spend money to do that. What's the council direction on this? And staff says, I got to tell you, I don't really know. That's part of it as well. It's this consistency with it. And so I think where staff would say we do ourselves a lot of benefit is these things that, as was noted by Councilwoman Whitaker, like signage for residential neighborhoods, let's add that to our list, let's work on it, let's make the change. But I think at some point, and I'll phrase it this way, and Steve can jump in, just like Emily said, I could jump in. It's about telling people no. It's about saying, look, we have a front yard setback of 25 feet, and unless you're doing something really unique, maybe the project that comes in one time a year or once every 2 years, you just need to plan to do a 25-foot front yard setback, because everybody can come up with some reason to reduce it. And what we don't want to do is just play this game where they've given us 5 pages of text that lays out how great their development is, but then we're looking at the graphic and going, it's a standard development. That's a little bit, I think, of the challenge we're having.
And I thoroughly sympathize with that as a difficult situation. And you're right, that's one of those things that we can't just say, use your best judgment.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I think you're right. If we want that variety, let's look at our districts and say, are we missing a district that we need to have? A small lot residential that's 50 feet wide, it's 6,000 square foot size. You can only do those for 20 acres, and it adds to the mix. And then they go straight zoning, a little bit of a checkerboard kind of pattern, and we're not having everybody walk in and go, I want to change the rear yard setback by a foot and the front yard setback by 7 feet. And we're kind of left to go.
Yeah, I respect that immensely, but I do want to maintain the ability to have variety.
Yeah, fair enough. So again,
in the same neighborhood.
If you have somebody walk in and they want straight zoning of R7 over 300 acres, you can say, no, we want a variety. We're not going to zone that much R7.
Okay.
Come back with something that's a checkerboard pattern.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that through straight zoning.
Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with PDDs specifically. They sometimes have a little bit of bracket creep. They get modified from point A to point B, and okay, that aspect of it I don't like. But I do like the diversity associated with a PDD. The straight zoning, you know, okay, I can deal with that too. You want to do R7? Minimum lot size R7. Throw some R6s in there. Throw some R2s. Throw some whatever. You know, that's diversity to me. What I really have a problem with under PDDs is this concept that it is supposed to benefit the city. Now, when we let a developer define the building standards, that's totally, you know, like 30% off from what our UDC is requiring. You know, if a lot's supposed to be 9,000 feet and they want to come in at 6,600 feet, you can't say that's that particular zoning anymore. That's a totally different zoning that we don't even have on the books. Yeah, that's allowing a little bit more than simple flexibility. I mean, that's pushing the envelope as far as I'm concerned. But as far as PDDs go, yeah, great option, so long as our developers are adhering to the basic guidelines. And I understand, you know, sometimes you got a weird shaped lot. All right, so it can't be exactly 60 feet. It's going to be 48 feet, 45 feet, whatever. I'm not going to stand in the way of something like that on a onesies or twosies basis. But if you're trying to design the entire community based on reducing your standards like that, well, once again, that's gets too far. Sorry, that's going too far.
So if I may permit me, Councilman, because I think I hear you and I appreciate that, and I've had this conversation with a number of others on City Council. If you're okay with ones and twos, are you okay with threes and fours? If you're okay with threes and fours, are you okay with fours and fives? If you're okay with fours and fives, are you okay with fives and six? That fundamentally is the issue. And I've said this too to some folks. Part of, I think, the issue we have is when the developer looks at a piece of land and says, this is the piece I've got, this is the size, this is the shape, this is the topo, they can approach it one of two ways generally. They can either go through the city standards and say, these are the city standards. We want 60 feet of right-of-way for streets. I need 100-foot deep lots. I need 60 feet wide lots. I'm going to put a house on it. I need 20-foot rear yard setbacks, 25-foot front yard setbacks, 10-foot side yard setbacks. And so if I want to put a bigger product type on, I need to make the house a little bit bigger to stay within that. And they lay it out, meeting all those requirements. They see what it looks like and say, is this deal work? With the cost of development and the purchase of the land price and the yield number of lots, does this work or not? The other way they could approach it is say, I don't even need to bother reading the city standards. I'm going to design it the way that I want that works for me. And then I'll come in and I'll ask the city and make the case that for my deal to work like I want it to, I have to deviate from all of these different standards. And that's at times what we get. And I think that becomes the issue. Whereas if it's the 1 and 2 for a whole residential subdivision, I would say then have the 1 and 2 comply. It's 1 or 2, just have it comply. It's not that very many. Because the issue, if we're going to let the 1 and 2 slide, are we going to let the rest slide? And what staff would say is then rather than let all those slide, go back in and amend the code and say, let's create a smaller residential district. Let's reduce those setbacks. It's the when is it okay, when is it not okay? And even if we did a thing that said, let's let 10% of the lots deviate by 5 feet from the rear yard setback, I will bet the city manager dollars to donuts that somebody will walk in and say, I want 12% to deviate by that setback. It's just the inherent nature of it. And so again, the conversations we've had tonight are all good. What are the implications? What are the ramifications? But I think what we have to have is something that's a standard that we can say, this is what our standard is, and unless it's the really rare exception, You just need to meet our standards because we've spent a lot of time looking at it and we feel like this is the right standard for our community.
I think we're saying the same thing, basically.
Okay, then
You
I didn't know
when,
that.
When we come back,
Again, I'm in shock like the rest
Well,
of council
well-
that we're on the same page.
everybody tonight. The thing is, a lot of times a developer isn't asking. They are telling you, this is how I'm going to put this subdivision together, as opposed to asking for advice about how it could be done. They're dictating how it can be done. And I think we deserve more control over our UDC than that. That's my thing.
I would agree with you, Councilman. The challenge that staff has, the unpleasant developer walks in and says, this is how I'm going to do it. And the friendly developer walks in and says, can I get some advice? This is kind of how I want to do it. It ultimately really comes down to these regulations that you've put in place that we've acted on is our answer, unless you're doing something really unique, and this isn't really unique, you just need to meet the standards of our code.
I firmly believe our UDC is flexible enough, and our design standards and everything else are flexible enough that they can accommodate 99% of the situations
The only
out there.
thing I would say to that, Councilman, is as I would say the opposite, our design standards are inflexible. If you have a 20-foot rear yard setback, that rear yard setback is 20 feet. And so if you walk in with a plan that when Amaris or Daisy or Sam is going through it and it says 19 feet 11 inches, they're going to say it's not 20 feet, it doesn't count. When you go to build that house and we've got the form and the foundation form plan and it doesn't show 20 feet, it shows 19 feet 11 3/4 inch, Carl Quast or Armando or Aaron are going to go, it's not 20 feet. It is black and white. That's the issue so again, looking at the item tonight, it is what it is.
Yeah.
What we would say is if you're okay allowing 19 feet 6 inches, change code to 19 feet 6
No,
inches.
if it becomes their standard as opposed to ours, then who's driving the bus? That's my.
Well, can I clarify one thing?
Yes,
Mayor?
go ahead,
I
please.
think Brian mentioned it before, and you might have mentioned it, Councilman Scagliola, the creep to the standard. And that's what experience tells us has happened, is that you move from 19 feet and a half to 19 feet to 17 feet. Staff just needs a clear standard to go by. So when those plans are submitted, we can apply it to the standard and move forward. I think when it's subjective, it makes the job really, really difficult.
And it's so the developer knows what to do. When they decide, do I spend money and put an option on this property and spend money through due diligence, they know what is likely to get approved. And as opposed to just sort of guessing on a case-by-case basis, I think is the challenge. So again, I don't view it as an us versus them. It's about a partnership, because I think you're right. We need housing in our community, and we need housing that's affordable for folks who can't. And developers are the ones who are building that. And if we set really high standards, we have a problem, just like the parking thing. If we can't have businesses develop because our standards are too high, that's not good. But if we lower the standards too much and we got a junky community, that's not good. It really is a partnership and a balance. But at time, what that means is we have to tell people no. And the other is, and I think historically we may have had this issue, is we felt like we had to fix every single problem. When one development came in and we said, I don't like that element of it, the color of a business, for example, we then wanted to pass a bunch of regulations and we get unintended consequences with it. And I think it's understanding we operate within a range and there'll be some on either end, but generally we're okay with what happens.
All right, Councilmember Davis.
I'm glad Brian mentioned parking, so I didn't have to do it under this connection. But anyway, Councilman Brown and Councilman Scagliola will get where I'm coming from. The days of SAC. I'm an old SAC guy, where you had rules and you followed the rules. And to me, I think having this part of the PDD process where we're just letting them submit what they want that's against the UDC is just counterproductive. I think it's counterproductive for the staff, it's counterproductive for the community at large. And I think Mr. James is absolutely right. If we turn around and say, well, we'll accept 19 feet when the standard's 20 feet, the next guy is going to come in and say, well, I can only do 18 feet. And why can't I do, you let him do 19, why can't I do 18? I'm certainly for some options for PDDs. I think there are some value to having a PDD. We talk about signage. I don't know if we could change our UDC to have our signage more variable that would eliminate that part of a PDD. Parking, we had a big discussion not too long ago about parking. Perhaps we could do the UDC again and get a better range in there. It does open that door for, I'm off by 10 parking spots. I don't know. But to me, the lot sizes are, we have different zoning areas that have specific lot sizes. And from my perspective, they just need to be locked in. If we want to have a discussion, I would love to see data comparing our R6 and R7. Is that a standard lot size for everybody? Or is that our definition of an R6 and R7?
You will find some extremely small lot sizes. That's not kind of what we want to be.
Okay,
if you go to Garden Ridge, I bet they've got nothing smaller than a half acre probably, because that's what they want to be. Everybody's kind of all over the place. We are not radically different than Cibolo, than New Braunfels, than San Marcos. We're in there with them.
So the labels are not specific, but lot sizes are. So I mean, I really wouldn't mind seeing a comparative list of here are the lot dimensions that are authorized with, including setbacks, side and rear in Cibolo, in Selma, in our surrounding area, even throw in San Antonio. And I wouldn't, we just lifted the moratorium on R6 and R7. For the sake of argument, I wouldn't even mind having a discussion at some point of, do we need a 55-foot lot? Is it worth considering? Maybe it is, and maybe it's a limited thing where it's an acreage limitation on it. Again, it doesn't mean that someone's going to come in and start filing application after application for, 55 or 50-foot lots. The council always has the ability to say no. But to me, I would take that deviation from the lot size out of the PDD process and say, if you're going to come in with a PDD, again, here are some areas we can look at. We can talk about signage. We can certainly talk about landscaping. I don't think we ever will know what we want to do with landscaping. But as far as these lot dimensions, I mean, it is what it is. And I think the way going forward for the community would be better to say, if you want to consider having those smaller type lots, then let's figure out what that is and then putting that as a line item in the UDC.
Yeah, and I think we can do that. And I think, Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what staff would say the biggest issue we've got isn't even the lot size, it's the setbacks, it's the lot coverage. That's the biggest issue that we've got, is they'll come in and say, yeah, I'm fine with the lot size, but I just want to increase the lot coverage by 10%, or I want to reduce the rear yard setback by 3 feet, or the front yard setback by 5 feet. And again, with that look that you're talking about, we can look and compare to other cities and sort of do that. But I think the fundamental policy question is, once we've done that, and we say, look, other than the rare exception, that's what our front yard setback is, and you just have to live with it, I think is it. And I think that's where we have maybe gotten problematic.
Mayor Pro Tem Watson.
I was just going to say I agree with everybody. We're pretty much on the same page. It's just the reduced size lot, and then just having the standards for the Schertz and just moving forward. So whatever the next step was going to be.
Councilmember Dalla.
So just a few comments. One, I would concur with Councilwoman Whitaker, that, the signage portion, that, we probably just need to amend the UDC to allow the larger signage. That's pretty universal. We've seen that in a lot of PDDs. It just, again, it makes it simpler for you guys. It's a good way to go forward on that. The one thing about the PDD that I've struggled with is, the showing of the community benefit. We definitely need to put the onus on the developer that if they want to do a PDD, that they have to clearly show that there's a community benefit, and we haven't done a good job of that. When we did take the moratorium off of the R6 and R7, one of the things that we did as part of that process is that we increased the design standards for the straight zoning. So if we go down the road of looking at creating another zoning category for the smaller lot sizes, then, we can have that same discussion. If you want to do the 50 or 55-foot lots, then you're going to have to do Y as well as part of that. And again, limitations on acreage size, for the smaller lots, I think would be totally appropriate, because, I don't want to see 100 acres of 50-foot lots. And then finally, with the PDD, giving this a lot of thought over the recent one that came up to us, the lot size was a big contention point for the community around there. And looking at how to address that in a way to allow a private property owner to develop their property, and also try to meet the goal of the base zoning. Again, where do you draw that line? I would think that, a good starting point on that discussion would be that if you're going to do a PDD, if you want to vary from the base zoning, that, that at least half of the properties, half the lots would have to meet the base zoning, and that you could do something different with the remaining. Just kind of a discussion point that there has to be some intent to try to meet the zoning requirements of the base zoning in a PDD. But if the shape of the property causes the issues of trying to do all of them that way, then, this might be a way to deal with that.
And again, Councilman, I can appreciate that we've worked together for a long time. I'm going to say this again. Here is staff's what we would say. Then if you want only half the lots to meet the standard, change the standard and say half the lots have to meet this, and then the other half can meet this. That's the challenge that we've sort of got. And I think it goes back to this issue of, if the property is not, and this maybe ties into it, it's that issue of people have a right to develop their property. They do, but they don't have a right to develop it however they want. And I'm going to be blunt. Somebody walks in and says, I'm going to build a strip club on my property. I think most of you would likely go, yep, I'm not supportive of you having the right to develop that on your property. And one of the things that kind of plays into it, and we talk about this too, I've given this example, is not every property is created equal. You can have two pieces of property, both 100 acres. One of them's got 30 acres of floodplain on it, has no water to it, has no sewer to it, and the road's not been built to it. The other is a 100-acre piece of land. It's flat, it's got no trees on it, it's got water to it, it's got sewer to it. That second property is much more valuable than the first piece of property. And if our goal is to equalize that by saying the owner of the first property has to get the same amount of money as the second, then they have to deviate from a whole lot of standards to get that. And I think that's part of where the rub is. And it goes back to my example of, are we expecting a developer to look at that piece of property and say, these are the standards that the city has, and I need to design it to meet that? Because again, I'll go back. If we look at the developments here that are really unique, Heritage Oaks, Tony Eugenio's property is probably, Crossvine is with the open space that work through. The rest are nice, but they're all pretty similar, right? There's not any others that stand out. Maybe I'm missing one or something. But I think that's the issue that we've got, and that's the challenge. So again, our answer would be, then just change the standard. But otherwise, we're going to struggle with it. Sorry, I know I'm not making this easy for you, but I think what we're trying to do, again, like the last is let's and not looking for a final answer, but I think that's the issue that we've got, is knowing when we deviate through a PDD or we don't.
All right, Councilmember Hayward.
So I don't have a problem with the PDD, especially if they're bringing in something unique. Also, if they can show what their benefit to the city is. And then I know that also with PDDs, we tend to be able to have things and have control over design elements and things that the city is looking for. So I don't have a problem with that. I think it's fine. The other thing that we talk about is straight zoning. And in the process of getting ready for this discussion on PDD, I was looking at different neighborhoods that were PDD, different neighborhoods that were straight zoning. I find out Belmont Park is straight zoning garden, but we don't have garden, all of them are not garden-sized lots. They're not 5,000 square foot lots. There are some that are. I live on a 7,000 square foot lot. There are some that have larger lots, some that are on that 5,000. And I think they made it work in that neighborhood. And so we could do, we have the 5,000 square foot as garden, but they didn't do it that way. And so I think, and then I looked up the townhouse. A townhouse can be on 2,500 square feet. So I think we have the smaller lot sizes. I think we have to work within that. And then the other thing is, a lot of times we have an issue with a lot size because that's not what we want. But with Councilmember Whitaker saying, affordability, the way the cost of houses are now, larger lot sizes, people can't, the average 30-something family cannot afford a house on that type of lot. They need something that's smaller. I'm not saying we need to go to really teeny tiny home sizes, but we've got to kind of we're looking at what's affordable and what are developers doing. We get to a point where we price people out, then we don't get young people in where we need young people. As we were doing the whole thing with today with education, where are we having all the students? In high school. We're not getting any elementary school kids. Those are the kids that people we need in the neighborhood, because they have kids that will end up being our future.
Yeah,
and
again, if I may, I think, and not that we don't get people wanting smaller lots than 6,600 square feet, but what we tend to find is when they come in with that 6,600 square foot lot or the 7,000 square foot lot, they want to put more house on it than our standards allow for. That's what we're running into all the time. Is I'm fine with the R6 or the R7. I just want to change the rear yard setback to 15 feet. I want to change the front yard setback to 20 feet. We hear a lot, I want to change the side yard setback less than 10 feet, and I want to increase the lot coverage. That's the stuff that we are getting over and over, and there's not a right or wrong answer, but that's where we're sort of struggling with it. And you're right, it's a balance of affordability. How much house can I get because I'm going to have a couple kids and I need a big enough house, versus do we want to be a community that allows a really big house on the lot to cover most of it? Or have we said, no, I want you to have a 20-foot rear, a 25 front, 10-foot side?
So,
that's the stuff that's...
When I was saying, when we had the planning and zoning and the council subcommittee, the big thing was setbacks. And they agreed that 10-foot setbacks, side setbacks was a thing. Then looking at the International Building Code, they want 5. So we're doing more than the internet, which is fine, because that's the standard that we want. And so I'm not saying change that, and I know that there are different things that developers are looking to do. And as we've had in the subcommittee, what are we willing to do? And if we're not willing to do it, then don't make the change. And if we're willing to do it, make the change. And so those are the things, I think, giving staff clear direction on this is what we want, this is what we don't want, helps you guys do your job instead of trying to guess. And then when we get a developer that comes in, because you said 20 feet and they have 19.75 feet, then they get mad because you say no. Then they call council and we're going, well, why isn't this Why can't we get this done? And so then it becomes a problem. So whatever we say and whatever we set, we need to stick to it no matter what the developer does or how they call and say, hey, this is the problem. Then, like you said, we have to be able to say, no, this is the standard we want for our city and this is what we're going to do. Because after being on that subcommittee, realizing that there is no give in development code. It is either is or it isn't. And we have to set the standard and move forward. So I think this will be a continuing conversation on what we're doing, but I know that we have to give you some direction.
Yeah, and so I think maybe because we've gone on a while, I think what we can do is pull a comparison chart with other cities. You know, we'll pull San Antonio, it's much bigger, different, but New Braunfels and Seguin and Georgetown and Round Rock and our usual kind of cast of characters, we'll lay that out to sort of look and say, are our standards really out of whack with everybody else's? Or are they consistent? And then we can kind of go through that and decide where we should deviate and not. And I think it's important that we keep in mind that balance of, if we set them too great, it's going to have negative implications. If we set them too low, it's going to have negative implications. We're going to have to find that area that generally this works for us. And then unfortunately, it's going to mean there are going to be some people on either end that it doesn't work for, but the bulk of folks it does. And it's clear direction to developers. It's clear direction to our residents and business owners. It's clear direction to staff so we can make recommendations to you. And it's not putting you in a bind as well. I think it's part of it. And it helps, as Commissioner Outlaw left, it helps P&Z and our boards and commissions know that same thing. And so if that's what I'm hearing, we can move on because you still have one more presentation tonight. To get to.
One final question for you.
Yes, sir.
Would it be helpful for you guys on the planning side that if, you have somebody comes in and said, okay, here's what our straight zoning options are, this is what's required. If you want to do something different, you do a PDD, but in a PDD, these are the things that are not negotiable. Impervious cover, setbacks, whatever it is, we decide that these items are not flexible, that this is, you have to do whether you do it straight zoning or whether you do it as a PDD.
Right. Yeah, I think, and again, I think that's the issue. If we held to those things, the lot coverage and the setbacks and things like that, we would eliminate a significant number of these PDDs because, as Emily tried to say in the presentation, particularly since we've gone to allow the R6 and R7, that's what people are coming in for. And everybody's a little different depending on their product type and what they want and this, that, and the other. They're kind of all over the place. So yeah, we I think can do that. So give us some time, we'll come back and work through it that way and see what we get.
I think we're on the right path here. It's these developers are going to come in and try to maximize the property. And their challenges is the property. But there is non-negotiables that we have to set as our city, as a standard. These are non-negotiables. Here's what it is. And then we move forward from there. So that the issue does not surface here at the council about these half foot or whatever it might be.
Yep.
But thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're in the right direction here. Appreciate it. Okay, the next presentation is funding and the cost of steel utility poles. I think we had that issue before on 1518, am I correct?
We did. Wait,
Uh-huh.
where am I loading this up? Side of the monitor. See if I'm. You'll notice my secure flash drive that I'm using. That's right. Okay, so this presentation, as some of you recall, is on steel poles versus wooden poles. Very exciting topic. So again, the city's requirements, we have a UDC, we've set out standards, and I won't read these word for word, but generally we say utilities have to be underground, but we can grant waivers in certain circumstances to allow them to be overhead. And if we grant that waiver, it's got to be on steel poles, not would. And so generally what we've seen is within a residential subdivision, single family, it's not been an issue. The developer puts that stuff underground. We see it throughout our community. But what it often is it's getting power to the development, maybe along the edge of the development, to a commercial development, depending on how they lay it out, if it's one large lot and they've got multiple buildings in and through. And generally what happens though is the utility companies, when they're extending utility based on the request of a particular developer, be it an industrial developer or a residential developer for a particular project, they say, yep, we'll do it for you. This is what it's going to cost you. And if the city says it has to be on steel poles, they hand the developer a bill for steel poles and say, that's the city standard. Don't complain to us. This is what it's going to cost you. And the utility companies are happy to do that with the project. The issue that we've got, and that we talked about a couple of years ago, is when that extension is not driven by a particular development, but it's driven by the utility company saying we generally need more power to an area, and one developer's not paying for it, we need to extend our stuff out. There's no developer to go to say, here's your bill for steel poles. And what they say is, based on a variety of factors, we're doing wood poles, and if you don't like it, city, you can pay the difference for steel poles. And that's really what this is about. Because in addition to the UDC, there are other things that come into play. There's our franchise agreement, and there's the Public Utility Commission regulations, and some other factors in terms of having a consistent standard, not having people pay for a benefit in one area from another. And so again, if you'll recall, in 2021 and 2022, we had that discussion of how to handle these situations, in particular with FM 1518. And in that project, what council did is they approved to buy steel poles. And so the issue is that CPS was having to relocate power on 1518 with the 1518 project, which is great, but there was a significant cost upgrade because there were 370 something, I think, poles that had to be replaced. And so a significant cost. And so CPS came in and said, from the way they buy it, their cost difference between the two was $1.2 million. Now, the direction that we had at the time was, well, because it's a big project, if we went out and we procured the poles ourselves, made sure we got the right ones, and stored them till CPS needed them, could we procure them more inexpensively? And we were able to do that. So we were able to reduce the cost to the city, the difference to $500,000 from $1.2 million. So in that big project, where we're buying them all in mass and we sort of have a plan, we were able to go out and bid for those, know what we were getting into to save some money. And the other part that I took from the discussion is this is sort of our primary corridor through southern Schertz, right? It's sort of our, I would say Schertz Parkway, but if you look when you leave up and down Schertz Parkway, we've got wooden poles up and about. But it's a pristine corridor. We're kicking in millions of dollars as match with TxDOT. This is a nice corridor. In this case, we're willing to upgrade to steel poles. But the issue that we've got is it's not really viable for us on small project by small project basis to really procure steel poles. When they need 8 poles and they're looking to do the project now, we just don't have the staff capacity to go out and bid those out. We won't get the economies of scale. We would have to have a bunch on hand. We got to have a place to store them. Maybe we can store them on concrete or asphalt surface. Maybe we can store them on dirt. But it creates a challenge for us to do those. It also is this issue of they change their standard, and I'm going to Steve going, hey, Steve, I got good news and bad news. Good news is we got 40 steel poles in the yard. Bad news is CPS just changed their standard. They're not using those 40 steel poles anymore. We got to see if we can unload some steel poles. Maybe Cibolo doesn't know about that change. We can unload some steel poles to them. So it's not really viable on a case-by-case basis. And so really what it gets to is what CPS is kind of saying, it's about a $3,500 cost difference. And so again, in the case that prompted this that we're sitting on before us, is CPS submitted a permit to upgrade power on Ray Corbett Drive and then behind Ray Corbett Middle School to go to some step-up transformers kind of by Rhine Valley. And the project involves replacing 20 existing wooden poles with different wooden poles. You get that a lot. We need bigger wooden poles to come in. They've estimated the cost, as you can see there, to upgrade from wood to steel at $63,902. The specific question, I'm going to get into a little broader step back question is this something like 1518? We want to step in and come back to an item with council to authorize paying the difference on $64,000 to upgrade this project. And before you nod or shake your head either way, the thing to keep in mind is this is not the only one that we've got. And the issue a little bit that we have on this is we're still navigating this new code and what council's direction is and guidance. And I'll say we deal with the same thing with GVC. They had a project off Wiederstein where they were doing an upgrade. They thought it had, ironically, was in Cibolo and didn't have to comply with our regs. They hadn't procured it. They didn't have time. Kind of let them go on that one. You have a number of these that happen that we've made judgment calls in and that we haven't sort of fully stepped into with this because of this. And so before you make a decision on the Ray Corbett one, you know, what staff would say is that, you know, even without a large project, we could have 100 poles a year coming in. We could have some year where there are 200 poles if they're doing major expansions. And so again, if you take even that 100 and you take those 20 poles and the $63,000, you know, and you multiply that out, we're $300 and something thousand potentially a year in paying for the upgrade to steel poles. You know, that we could run into, because again, our cost we're assuming is about $3,200. We don't think it's really viable on a case by case for staff to go out and try to get a cheaper price. You'd probably have to hire a person just to do that. Is it really worth it? Do we not misstep at times? And so really the way staff sees it is, yeah, ideally steel poles are nicer, but what's the opportunity cost for doing this? And it wasn't clear to staff that council was definitely in every circumstance, every case where you've got some wood poles out there and a couple that I want to spend the money to put steel poles in. Now I could be wrong and we could say, look, this is a quality thing, we want to do it. But that's really what we're seeking direction on is, are you comfortable spending the money to upgrade in this case where it's driven by the utility company to upgrade from wood to metal? And again, if it were just $63,000 this one year, we might. It's probably not going to be $63,000 one year. It's going to be a couple $100,000, $300,000 we would see a year, depending on how the development is going and things are happening and whatnot. You know, one of the things I'll say for folks who've been on council for a long time, there used to be a fund from CPS that they gave that we could use for that. That's gone away. So we don't have a source of money to put in. We would be pulling this from general fund. But again, it goes back to the first conversation we had on the parking surfaces. You know, we may say, yeah, we think ultimately they're much nicer. They don't create as many problems. We're willing to put our money behind it. You know, and again, the only thing we really need kind of clear direction on timing is this one with Ray Corbett, but it's perfectly defined to say, here's my direction on that one, but don't take that as gospel. Let's add this to our list and start looking at it. And I would encourage you to really look and think about what you're seeing out there as when you drive around. And you may say, well, there are a lot more wood poles I never noticed. Or you may say, you know, I see the two together. Yeah, wood doesn't look good compared to the steel, if you will. I think that was my last slide, other than going forward, kind of, we're seeking initial guidance on this one, then direction at some point going forward. You have options. Some of those could be, let's work to identify those corridors that are our more scenic corridors, and we'll consider upgrading to those, but we're not going to kind of do it throughout an industrial park, for example, you know, which is one where we got a project from CPS this year.
Well, before I open it up to council, the fundamental question basically here is, do we want steel poles or wooden poles? Because the Corbett is above the $50,000 mark that council has to
You would
provide a
have
resolution.
you would have to approve that, yes,
But
sir.
I think you need guidance on those that are one pole or two poles. Exactly how are we going to approach this so that this council is in tune to what you're doing when you have to replace a pole?
That's exactly, and even I will tell you this, we will get at some point another project that's over 50,000, and Larry Bush is still here in back, thank you, Larry, and he's the one who has to review those. Larry's going to want to know right on the front end to save time, yep, I'm going to approve this at wooden poles, or no, hey, CPS, if you want to move quicker, you need to get out ahead of this and let us know so we can get the money approved and you know the direction's going to be we're going to spend the money.
Yeah, I think we were looking for direction on the character of the community, because we will run into scenarios with, like Ray Corbett, where you have wooden poles leading into a neighborhood with steel poles.
Yeah.
Because the developer was required to put in the steel poles. So you'll have this mix match of types of poles. So what we're trying to do is clarify moving forward, will we be all steel poles or will we be a mix match?
All right. With that, I'll open it up. Councilmember Whitaker. Oh, I saw yours first, so.
Good Lord. Question about the UDC. Is there a difference between, so in the UDC it says we have to have steel poles, but the franchise agreement says they don't have to, they replace like for like, correct?
Right.
But this is, what you're talking about is adding new. So how does it address adding new?
They are pushing back on the adding new. They are basically saying, and they've been nice about it, but they always say, we are going to take issue with even, it's a new pole, that if we're paying for it, you can require us to do steel. That's been very clear. GVC's been very pleasant about it, but made that point very clear.
It's not black and white in the franchise agreement, you're saying?
You know, I think it's not necessarily black and white in the franchise agreement, and I think we're not necessarily confident it would side in our favor with the franchise agreement going forward because of some of the outline issues. You know, they've always said if we're paying for it, it's wood, whether it's replacement or it's new, it's wood.
Okay. So again, I think there's a lot of things that are good here. I will just admit, okay, I did not want the steel poles along 1518. I didn't think $500,000 was necessary to spend of taxpayer money. But it does look better. I drive it every single day, multiple times a day. It looks better, blends in with the sky. And it's, I was just noticing that, and then I see this come on the agenda. I was like, oh my gosh. But again, so that's a good thing, but also not spending the residents' money, also a good thing. So we can't just say, well, which one's the good thing?
Right.
Because they're both good things. The question is, which one is our priority?
It's the opportunity.
I feel like, because we don't know, is it going to be 10 or is it going to be 100 or 200? I'm going to go back to the wood poles. And I think unless you tell someone to look at it, people don't necessarily notice the poles. Like, because I don't know that I would notice wood poles going into metal poles, but now I'm going to look at it. So let's just hope none of the residents watch this video, because now they're all going to be looking. But I just think it's more important to be fiscally responsible.
And that's the issue for residents.
That's my opinion.
Too. They may look at it, but then again, would they say, I'm willing to pay more in taxes,
That's
or
what
I'm willing to do with less police protection
That's what I'm
to have
saying.
steel poles versus wood? And they may go, that's not my
So,
issue.
I say wood. I say the franchise agreement is obviously terrible. So when we have a chance to fix that, let's fix it, or at least clarify it. But for now, I don't want to pay for.
Yeah, and I think Dan would say this. Utility companies
Yeah,
aren't going to agree to a franchise agreement that says we have to pay, that they have to pay
Yeah,
for steel
I
poles.
don't know that we can enforce that in a future franchise agreement.
Yeah.
Dan, maybe you can clarify.
Yeah, so the problem that you're always going to have with a utility is when they're, is what Brian mentioned earlier, it's under PURA. It's when they're having to, people who don't live within your jurisdiction are having to subsidize the system within your within your jurisdiction, because it's a system-wide cost, even if it's only being utilized in Schertz.
Councilmember Dalla.
So I was not in favor of this the first time, so I guess you can kind of guess where I'm coming from. You know, I get all the points about the discussion about the aesthetics, but, you know, on a personal note, I think the wood poles are better than the steel pole. I think they're hideous, but again, it's a personal preference. But, you know, one of the things that we talked about when we discussed 1518 is, yeah, if a car hits it, we're not going to knock on the pole, and its reliability and all this other stuff. Well, you know, the fact is we don't own the utility. You know, the reliability of it is not our responsibility. And we're spending taxpayer dollars to improve that reliability, in some cases maybe be aesthetically more pleasing, when we have, quite frankly, a lot of other things that we can spend our money on. I'm just highly, highly opposed to the idea of spending extra money over and above what we've already done to upgrade the steel poles.
Councilmember Brown.
Well, I think the polls look really good down there on 1518. I've been watching the transition as well. But I was just kind of thinking, can we do something like our PCI, where we have a plan of what roads are going to be prioritized? Okay, like going into Corbett, that makes sense. You know, it's coming right off of 1518. It's a standalone project. It's right next to us, one of our schools, goes into a nice neighborhood. So that it's almost a no-brainer to me. But the rest of the city, like you said, there's portions of Schertz Parkway that have wood poles still. You know, and do we want to change that now, later? You know, or maybe plan that's a 6-year project or something. Same thing with the other areas there. Do something like a PCI so that we don't get stuck with we need 100 poles this year or whatever. Is that something we could do?
Yeah, I mean, so we never quite, oh, go ahead, Steve. No, go ahead. My apologies.
No. I was just going to suggest that we develop some sort of a master plan, kind of like Brian's last bullet here, where an option might be to identify scenic corridors or places where it really sticks out, and we have some sort of a master plan.
Prioritize it, yeah.
But nobody's probably saying Dover Lane needs to pay to upgrade to steel.
Right, absolutely.
Nothing against Dover.
I don't want to put us into a, you know, every pole will be a steel pole situation, but, you know, like I said, prioritize what streets and roads make sense to plan ahead.
Councilmember Hayward.
I would agree with Councilmember Brown. Figuring out the main roads like Schertz Parkway, our main corridor roads coming in, maybe looking at that and building that in so that we're not in all the other roads. It's okay, because I'm off there off Old Wiederstein, and those wood poles, they're wood poles. I mean, they're not something you go, oh yeah, that's they put in new ones. The only difference I could say was, oh, that's a new pole. It doesn't look as crappy as the old pole.
Taller pole, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a taller pole. I mean, wood poles just kind of, over time, just look cruddy, but it's not worth spending the money when we have other things to do on all the arterial roads that you just kind of passing through. So I think having a plan going forward and fixing it.
Any other comments? No, I totally agree with Councilmember Brown also, is that, you know, when we look at 1518, it is one of our major roads coming, and it's a brand new neighborhood, new road coming in. It's aesthetically pleasing, but there's other places we don't need them.
Yes, sir.
And I think if we can identify those roads, for instance, 78, I think 78 will be a good project for steel poles, because that's coming into our city, the major part of our city. But do you need them on Old Wiederstein or Wiederstein Road? You know, those type of things for this council to decide which ones are our major roads that we need to actually emphasize.
Okay, let's staff can come back then with maybe some, here's a here's a map showing which ones, here's kind of why we picked them. We're trying to really redevelop 78, and so steel poles make a big difference to what it looks like. It's also a major corridor in, those kind of things.
Yeah, and once
we'll
we
come back with
identify, well, once we identify those streets, it still has to come back to council because of the cost.
That's right.
Well, and to one more clarification, I think the assumption coming in is that we are dealing with expansions and replacements and relocations when they're extending their service area. That's kind of the approach we were looking at, not necessarily redevelopment or replacement of existing corridors. Right. I mean, we could still identify those if that's the direction of the council, but I think the thought process is more along the idea of Saddlebrook or Ray Corbett or 1518, where CPS or GVEC is extending or even doing a large-scale replacement.
Yeah, we had, for example, we had an odd project that GVC was doing on 3009 where I think it was 2 additional wooden poles. Did it really make sense to spend $6,500 for a couple of steel poles amongst the wooden poles? Didn't seem to. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on. We have item number 13, discussion regarding our rules and procedures. We broke it up into 2 sections. One of them is video conferencing. Just to remind council that this is just a discussion. This is an ordinance that needs to be amended if this council requires amendment. So we'll open it up with Councilmember Hayward. This was one of your requested agenda items.
I requested it after attending some TML workshops and looking at video conferencing and some of the guidelines that as a city we should be doing if we're not doing it. And if we're not doing it correctly, then maybe we need to look at either we're going to do it correctly or we're just not going to allow it. And then also looking at the type of time and effort it puts on staff trying to get that, and then reading all the guidelines and wanting you to be wired, and then the person that's video conferencing, they have to be actually on the screen so that you can see their body language and their facial expressions and the way we do our screens here. It just seem like it was applying to what was recommended for us with video conferencing, and so that's why I brought it up to say we weren't following the process and maybe we shouldn't do this.
All right, floor is open for discussion here. The fundamental question here is, do we want video conferencing? Teams, Zoom, whatever it might be. That's the direction we need to find out so we can try to work those particular issues. If the answer is no, we don't want it, then we have to amend the ordinance to indicate that, to be specific. If we do want some portion of it, that's what we have to do, is work out so that we can come out back with you with the ordinance with the requested changes.
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
I think we have 2 meetings a month. It's not like, and we can work around that. I think we should not allow it. And after reading through what the Dan wrote, I don't think we need to allow it. I think we just need to go no and have the ordinance go with that. I don't know what other council thinks, but if our city attorney is saying we probably shouldn't do it, we shouldn't do it, we shouldn't do it.
Okay. Councilmember Whitaker.
As one who has participated in video conferencing, I can say on that end of it, it's actually very challenging to follow what's going on. I know our system is improved now, but I couldn't hear a darn thing. And I think there's, you run the risk of someone not following along or understanding what's going on, and they're placing a vote that counts. So I don't see it's nice to be able to participate, but if you do have to miss a council meeting, you can always watch the video afterwards and see what happened. But yeah, 2 times a month, I think is, a reasonable requirement if you're going to take the time to serve. So I would be okay with not having video conferencing.
Okay, Councilmember Dalla.
So I guess being the guilty party who's probably done more video conferencing than everybody else combined in the last year. Work is what it is, and you know, I take the points that have been made. I agree with them. It is a challenge when you're on that other end to participate, to fully hear, understand, as well as to make your comments, because, you know, if you have extended remarks, you know, you kind of tend to want to stop every once in a while and just verify that people can still hear you. But then also knowing that there are times where, you know, life just forces you to be out of town. I would not be opposed to not allowing it, but I think there should be an allowance for maybe once or twice a year tops for that really unique circumstance where you really have no choice but can't be here.
Right, any other comments? Councilmember Brown.
I'm a little bit mixed on this as well. I thoroughly understand the, you know, we would want everybody to participate. And from a reality standpoint, you know, sometimes you're gone for reasons that you probably can't attend a video conference either. You know, so there's a very good chance that even if it was available, you couldn't attend. Yeah, but on those times where you can, I almost hate to limit the ability of somebody to participate by just saying no. It's a kind of a tear. I think we should certainly, you know, shoot for 100% participation and live participation, or maybe, you know, like I say, I'm just a little bit torn on there. I'd like to get a little bit more justification where, well, we're not following state law. If we're not following state law, then obviously we shouldn't be doing it. That opens us up for too many other issues. But, okay, I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I say we disallow it. I mean, we increased, a few years back, we increased the size of the council to ensure we can have a quorum here. One person, maybe even two that aren't here, I don't think is the end of the world for city council. We just changed our meeting times down to twice a month. And we have a provision that says if you're out for work or illness or city business, it's an excused absence. I just don't think it's worth the hassle to try to turn around and do all the technological piece, have the council members shown on the screen here, and while I have faith in our IT department to be able to work this end, you've also got the individual that's out somewhere that, you know, we're in the great state of Texas. They can be out in the middle of nowhere, Texas, and not have internet or cell technology and be able to fulfill their end of the agreement. So with those challenges, I would say we just, if you can't be here, have an excused absence for not being here.
Councilmember Hayward.
I was also just going to concur with Councilwoman Whitaker. When I did it, when I was in Florida, it was hard to follow, not knowing, trying to figure out where people were, and then trying to hear. It was just difficult. And sometimes the internet is wonky. In one place I stayed, I'm glad I didn't do it. If I wasn't next to the window, I wasn't going to get internet. And a lot of hotels, it's hard to make sure you have that connection. And if, like Councilmember Davis said, you're out in the middle of nowhere, Texas, you may not get it. And so I just think if we're not doing it correctly, and you should be here. So that's kind of where I am.
I think Councilmember Davis made a good point, is that we can fulfill our end on this side to make all the preparations, but we have no control over the council member and his location and his internet capabilities. So from what I gather, we are going to revise it to not include video conferencing. It's also tasking on our staff resources, trying to get this set up here. So we'll bring it back to council with the ordinance on this specific one. So we'll move on to item B, the hearing of residents, written communications. Councilmember Whitaker, this was brought to our attention by your request.
Yes, I don't think it's necessary. If someone, well, I read the thing and now I forgot, but essentially, I think the way our policy is written, we don't have, we're not supposed to be reading them. I think that just kind of became a practice. But I think our policy it's on our website, but that's not the policy. So I think the website does not match our actual policy. I would say let's go back to the policy. If somebody wants to email, we all have our email addresses out there. We're available. To my knowledge, everyone reads their email, so we'll get the information. If someone wants to email it, or email it to City Secretary and she'll forward it to everyone so we can see it. It doesn't need to be read. There's a place for public comment. We want to make sure people have access to that. But I don't think it's necessary for us to sit and read things because then somebody has to check it ahead of time and make sure it's appropriate. And anyway, I don't think it's necessary. And it opens it up to like anybody from anywhere could send an email because it's very easy to send an email. So not that that's been a huge problem, but I just don't think it's necessary to read.
Okay. Councilmember Hayward.
If we look in our, the ordinance number 21M28 that was presented to us, it is our rules and procedures, rules, conduct, and procedures. On page 14, it talks about written communication. It doesn't say that we have to read it, and state law doesn't say we have to read it. So it's 12.5. Interested persons or authorized representatives may address the council by written communication in regard to any matter concerning city business over which the council has control at any time by direct mail or by addressing the city secretary, who shall, on request of the writer, distribute copies to city council. So it's distributing copies to city council, not reading it.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I agree. I understand what our rules say. The issue that came out of that last one was there was a correspondence to the council that dealt with an agenda item or dealt with issues before the city, and we were not provided that email, letter, or anything beforehand. All we had that night, if you recall, was we would receive this information. I don't think we should read it out loud. And the question was, well, what's it about? Who's it from? We didn't even have that information. So that's why we ended up having a vote that said, let's read it, because we didn't have it. If we had been given that, either hard copy or emailed ahead of time, then I think that would have been sufficient for the council to say, we've received this, add it to the minutes as a matter of record that we all got it, and it wouldn't have had to been read. But the issue that night in particular was we did not get that. We just got notified, hey, we've got this thing in the mail, we're not going to read it. Well, I mean, again, that could impact how we respond or how we deal with an issue before the council. And without knowing what it is, then you know, we're uninformed.
Councilmember Hayward.
So going forward, are we saying we will just, anything that's being emailed to us, someone has to have their own representative to read it? Our city secretary won't, and we will just get them emailed to us and we can read them for ourselves. We don't have to have them read out loud.
I would say if we revise this portion of it to indicate that any written communications to be read during the hearing of residents will only be provided to council, and that's it.
Right.
Council gets a copy of it.
I don't think we need to revise anything.
No, we just need to clarify it.
Yeah,
we need to take it off the website.
That's what's in there? I think our website then needs to be changed. Our website needs to be changed, and all we do is take no action on this one and just ensure that City Council receives the emails that are forwarded that indicate hearing the residents. I think it needs to be that specific because there's several emails that come in and we don't know which ones to provide the council. Do we want that communication back
It
and
needs to
forth?
be just put it on the website that we're not, because we started reading them during COVID. That was the only reason we were reading them, because people weren't coming in council chambers. But in our rules and conduct, it's not, we don't have to read it. And state law doesn't say we have to read it.
Right, no, but I'm just talking
It just
about
needs to change it.
the emails that are received are not specific. They don't say for the hearing the residents. They're emails for council. In some instances, it's for council. and we provide a copy to everyone. On some, it's not clear. So where do we draw the line, what you actually want, what you don't want? Because we can provide the 50 or 60 emails that we get.
What I would expect is if the city secretary gets an email from somebody or a written letter that says it's for the council meeting or for council, then as long as we are either given a copy of it before the meeting starts or it's electronically forwarded to us, that's fine.
Okay. I think that's specific enough that we say if it says here in the residence or for council, we will provide each council member a copy of it. Okay. All right. Any other comments on this one? I think we have direction. We still have to come back with the ordinance on this rules and procedures. Okay. We have item number 14. We have a closed session. The city council will meet in closed session pursuant to 551.071 of the Texas Governmental Code. Consult with our attorney, receive legal advice related to interpretations regarding land use under the comprehensive land use. The time is now 9:31. We will reconvene after our discussion. The time is now 10 o'clock. We reconvene into a regular session after a discussion and deliberation regarding our session on item 14 concerning our comprehensive land use plan. Start time was 9:35, end time was 9:55. There is no action required, so we'll move on to item 16 is a monthly financial statement for June and July 2023. And item number 17, Guadalupe Appraisal District information, nominations, and voting process. These were information packets that were provided to council and is available for public viewing at Schertz.com. So we'll move forward to any possible updates or information requested from staff. Okay, any possible items that staff would like to place on the future agenda? Oh, council. Council. None. Okay, let's move on then. All right, announcements by council members. Councilmember Watson, Mayor Pro Tem Watson.
Nothing at this time.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
I did attend the TERS 2 meeting today. Other than that, nothing. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Whitaker.
So, earlier today, Chamber Luncheon, also the TERS Board meeting earlier today, last week Northeast Partnership Luncheon, and then lastly, the ribbon cutting of Ditzy Gypsy.
Councilmember Dalla.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Scagliola.
Just the Chamber of Commerce luncheon.
Councilmember Hayward.
Yes, I attended the Paws in the Pool, and again, there were lots of people there that that were not from the city of Schertz, and then there were some that were new to the city of Schertz. They really enjoyed that. They wish we would have it more frequently, but that's not going to happen. I attended the Northeastern Partner Luncheon, and then the First United Bank had a Women's Night of Empowerment, the Schertz Chamber Luncheon, and the ribbon cutting of Dipsy Gipsy. Glipsy. Ditsy Glip. Gipsy. Gypsy. The one Joe Whitaker attended.
One of those. The one she went to. Councilmember Brown.
Chamber lunch, lots of good education. Thank you.
Okay, the time is now 10:02. We stand adjourned.